Josie, you're on any time.
Okay. All right. Well, first of all, thank you for coming. My project's called Pedigreeable, as you can see. I'd like to give you a little bit of context, rewind about 1 year. My wife and I were looking for a good gift for a friend's, or I think it was a family member, baby shower. And my wife, Christine, who's sitting right in the back there, came across this website. It's called ichartu.com. And we just thought this would be the coolest gift for a baby shower. Basically what they are fancy family trees. And you can see that they have some prints here that you can order. As we were kind of perusing this site, we noticed two things. Number one, $25 for a print. Let me zoom in a little bit so you can actually see it. Or $25, and you don't even get a print. You just get a downloaded file, and you have to go print it yourself. And we thought that A, that was kind of expensive, and B, that's kind of a pain. So I ended up creating a similar chart for our friend for the gift. And as we were doing it, my wife actually had the idea that maybe we could automate this process. And so I set out to make kind of a functional prototype. This was last summer. And by the end of the summer, I had it so where you could type in the names and it would generate sort of this circular, modern-looking family tree. And so it really was a perfect candidate to turn it from a functional prototype into a full product for my capstone project. So that's what I did. So we'll start with just a demo of the product, which is actually live. So if you go to pedigreeable.com, this is what you see. We'll zoom in a little bit so you can actually see it. It's a one-page application. Everything that you see is handcrafted CSS, HTML, and obviously for the interactivity, it's JavaScript. And I used a framework called Backbone. And it allows visitors to choose a style of family tree and then choose a color scheme that they like. And then fill in their information. And as they do so, I'll just do one for my son as an example. He's Bennett. He's sitting back there quietly somehow. You'll see as I'm typing the names that the preview on the right is updating more or less real time. And eventually, if I were to go through this and finish it, I could click done. And there are three sort of tiers. You can download a low resolution image for free, which would be suitable for like putting on Twitter or on your Facebook page or something. Or you can pay $14.95 for a high resolution version of the image, which you could take to your printer and have printed on a nice large print. Or if you don't want to do that, you can choose the third option, which will ship a poster right to your door. So the bulk of the work that I did during my capstone was, of course, getting all these features working and integrating with a payment processor, integrating with a printing API. I found a nice service that lets me send the PDF to them programmatically with my server code and send the address, and they will print it and ship it and then just bill me at the end of the month. So really there's no interaction necessary on my part to have people interacting with the product. In contrast to the competitor, which they actually just have a designer that does them by hand and then sends you a file, and which is why their costs are so high. So some of the other features that were implemented, I included a kind of full screen preview here so you can get an idea of what it's going to look like before you buy, which of course you can do on the as you're previewing the different themes as well. and it's live and it's working. So that's kind of the bulk of what I did. But beyond what you can see, I actually put quite a bit of work into some kind of peripheral technologies around the product. I'd like to show you briefly here my Google Analytics account. Google Analytics allows me to send information about how my visitors of my website are interacting with the product so that I can get an idea as to what they're doing and what I can do to improve the product. So I'm going to show you some real data from the live website for, let's say, the last 2 months. So I'm going to show, if I click on the behavior, and it's kind of hard for you to read, I'll zoom in a minute. Try and make it a little more legible here. So you'll see here, we've got these events that are coming in. Chart type, chart theme. These are when people are visiting the site and choosing different chart types or different themes. Every time that happens, it sends an event to Google Analytics, and I can come in and look and kind of get an idea for what's happening. Kind of the most interesting one, let's see, if I click on this events flow, it will show me sort of the processes that people are going through as they land on the site. So for instance, this chart type select circle says that in the last 2 months, 13 people came and looked at the different chart types and clicked on the circle. And then we can see kind of where they go. Highlight traffic through here. You can kind of see what they did next. Some people went and actually changed their mind and clicked on the balloons chart type. And some clicked on the tree. Some of them chose a theme. So this is kind of nice because I can see exactly where people are interacting with the site, and then these red indicators here are where people ended up just falling off and closing the tab or going to a different site. And in the future, as I gather more data, that will allow me to see where the bottlenecks are and where people are churning out most frequently. And then I can try and improve that area of the product to try and keep people all the way through the funnel and eventually convert. So I spent a lot of time fine-tuning the collection of the data for this analytics. Some other things that I did, I'm actually going to jump over now to the terminal. As a software engineer, I strongly believe in test-driven development, which means writing code that I can run periodically to ensure that my main application is running properly. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to run my tests just by typing the test command here. And there's a couple different things that are happening now. Well, a bunch of errors for one thing. That's not good. Let's see if I can fix that. But there are a couple different types of tests that I've implemented. Integration test and unit tests. So unit tests will take any specific part of code and make sure that it's working properly and that it's having the effects that it's supposed to have. An integration test, on the other hand, actually tests the entire application as a whole to make sure that it has the desired behavior. And the technology that I used for that is essentially a full-featured web browser that runs just headless, which means you can't see it. So what's happening is you see all this information that's getting spit out is that my testing framework is loading up a headless browser and actually clicking on elements in the product and making sure that things are working the right way. In fact, if we jumped over to analytics and we switched from the live site to my development analytics, and then we went to the real-time section, we would see that there are actually things happening. There are 6 users, or really it's just my testing framework using the browser and clicking on things, and we see these events rolling in. because it's actually interacting with the data or with the application. So I also installed a tool that allows me to see exactly how much of my code is being covered by the test cases. And that's output right here. It says written HTML coverage report to this URL. So I'm going to copy that, come back over to the browser. Zoom in a couple times here. And what this is telling me is that I've written test cases that cover about 67% of my application code. So that's not perfect. Obviously, we want full coverage, 100%, but whenever I add a new feature or change the way something looks, I can run my tests and be fairly confident that I didn't completely break everything, because most of my application is covered by test code. And it's kind of nice because I can actually go in and click on any given file of source code and see exactly which statements are covered by tests and which are not. So the green ones were covered in my test suite, and the red portion there was not covered, so maybe I need to write another test and make sure that it's fully covered. So that's been a nice feature for my development workflow. As I add features, I run my tests, make sure they all pass, and then I deploy with confidence. I also spent some effort, and we'll go back into the presentation here. Obviously minimal at this point, but I did spend a little bit of time marketing the product. And really all I did there was set up a few social media pages. So Pedigreeable has an Instagram account, a Twitter, Pinterest, Facebook, Google Plus page, and did some very basic efforts in reaching out to others in the network and following people and kind of getting the name out there. This is obviously going to be where I go from here to start trying to drive more traffic. I've also implemented a little bit of search engine optimization efforts. I did some keyword research on what people are searching for that might lead them to want to purchase a chart, and tried to focus on those keywords as I built the application, and did some very basic link building efforts as well to boost the rankings in Google. So did a little bit of effort there. That's really all I have for today. Are there any questions? It's a little shorter than 20 minutes, but Chandler.
What was the tool you used again for the headless browser testing and integration?
You bet. I used a tool called Phantom.js, and it's essentially the guts of the Chrome browser. It's WebKit, just headless, so you can't see it, but it's fully scriptable, which makes it perfect for testing things and taking screenshots and stuff like that. So I used Phantom.js. There are others, but that's the one I chose.
Oh, just kind of a follow-up to that.
Yeah.
So does it only test in Chrome, or is that kind of irrelevant for the testing it does?
So yeah, it essentially is like testing only in Chrome. There are other things you could use to test in Firefox and IE. Selenium Grid comes to mind. I think they have kind of a full suite of browsers, and you can just run it in your grid and get everything. I didn't take the time to implement that yet, but that would be a good next move. Tom?
So you use Backbone
Yeah.
a lot for your front end. And Backbone is a fairly small, minimal kind of framework. So what was it like to build like your full system using such a minimal framework?
Yeah.
What was that like?
That's a good question. I have the most experience in Backbone of all the JavaScript frameworks, so that's why I chose it, because I could get up and running pretty quick. There are definitely some paradigms that I've sort of fallen into the habit of doing because Backbone doesn't do much for you. So there were a number of moments where I wished I had maybe done Angular or something a little more opinionated than Backbone, but overall it's been pretty good. That's a good question. Mom?
As a consumer, and I click into this, do I need to input all my names or can I connect it to Family Search or something?
That's a great question.
Great question. That's- Same
I've been
question.
pushing for that.
Yeah. Yes.
I don't know where you stand on that yet.
Yes, I actually this last week started implementing an integration with Family Search. It just wasn't quite ready yet, but that's my next step.
So we won't have to type it all.
Yeah, so you won't have to type it all in. You could still have that option too, but there will be a button that says download family tree from Family Search or something like that, and it'll fill it in. So that's the number one thing that people say is, it's great, but I don't want to have to type in all the names. And so I think that's going to answer a lot of questions there. So that'll be good. Any other questions?
Have you had your first sale yet?
No sales yet. Our colleague Sean Fisher went in and did a free one, but he said, once you have the Family Search done, I'll go in and actually buy one. So now I have motivation to do it.
It's a little incentive for you.
Yeah, incentive for sure. So yeah, no sales yet.
Talk to me about the designs, and are they all CSS designs? Let's say you have a designer that comes along and says, oh, I want to make this one that looks like an actual tree or that.
Yeah.
How customizable is that? How difficult is it for you to take things like PNGs or SVGs or some other format
Right.
and get them into a format where you can offer them in all these different color palettes, et cetera?
Yeah, that's actually kind of a time-consuming process. Let me show you here. Zoom in a bit. So each of these images, I'm using a technology called SVG, which is short for Scalable Vector Graphics, which is what makes it so we can print them at large sizes without losing any quality. But what I've done for these is created the SVG in just a vector graphics editor. And then I take the output as SVG code and remove any hard-coded color values and replace them with like a template that I can plug into themes and stuff. But the trickiest part is getting the text to line up just right. So I have to actually use math to figure out where the text should go and to anchor it centered and vertically and horizontally and all that stuff, especially for these balloons and trees. And so if someone were to hand me a design, it would probably take me 4 or 5 hours to turn it into a template, and then maybe another 3 or 4 hours to come up with the color schemes that look nice with it. So,
That's not too bad.
yeah.
You may consider as this takes out, right?
Yeah.
You have a facility whereby you can automate some of the placing of the names, the roundedness of those, et cetera.
Yeah.
And have certain tags for, let's say, if you're designing an Illustrator or something, annotating those so they can do it right in Illustrator, and you take that and then script out the tags in the correct place, and even position. Even the names, you may be able to position in Illustrator and then just replace the content of those in some systematic way.
I definitely agree with that. That's a great idea.
Any other questions? All right, great job, man.
Thanks.
Troy, we have about a 10-minute break before our next presentation. Is that you, Tommy?
No.
Oh, just kidding.
Great.
It's Grant at 1 o'clock. That'd be great. Just keep yourself there. That's good. And you're at 1 o'clock tomorrow. That's why we got mixed up.
You just have a tie on, so be sure.
I know, I tell on everyone.
Thank you all for coming.
Thank you.
So great.
I think I might send one of these posters to my mom.
Yeah.
Makes a good present.
It does make a good gift, hopefully.
Oh, I have a testing joke.
Okay.
You did such thorough testing. So QA engineer went into a bar, and he ordered a beer, and he ordered a negative beer, he ordered 0 beers, and he ordered a lizard. Did all your test cases.
Ordered 999.
Yes, yeah, that's the next one, 999.
Gotta test all the edge cases for
You're
sure.
gonna have to change it to root beers for when
Yeah.
-1 root beers.
BYU say.
Don't worry, it's been archived.
You gotta test the edge of it.
Yeah, you gotta test the other. It's
2 billion.
That's right.
5,357 years.
Got a buffer overflow your beers.
Yeah.
JavaScript overflow it. It doesn't get an error or anything. It just starts rattling stuff off like that. That's how you-
Say good job, Dad. Dad. I'm glad you did a good job. Let's help.
Good to see you, Ben. How was the event?
Yeah.
Just finished your presentation? Thanks, man.
Excellent job. Great.
That's right. No excuse, Amy. Come on, get on
People
play.
already thinking that on my phone, so.
You got an Android, you can install it. It's on your phone like that. So who else has done that?
So is yours is it a 2D tile set that you're using? It is 3D. Okay. I couldn't tell if it was kind of the perspective of 2D.
Yeah. Oh, no, not in Google Play, you gotta go to a web app.
Oh.
You gotta install from unknown sources. I'm not on Google Play yet. I'm on
Yeah.
So you have to.
I mean, trust and fill is one thing. Trust and fill's code. Oh man, that's extra risky. I spelled it again.
XCRS. XCRS.
You can play it on Firefox. Or you can download.
Oh, that's, where's the go button? Where's the backspace there?
We're not on the guys. Go to you.
Ooh, look at that. Rise of Heroes. Is it set up to multiplayer in the demo?
There's a half broken multiplayer works in the Android,
Yeah.
but the multiplayer is not.
So I'll jump on, fight in conjunction with David, take out those monsters.
The past need to be so unpaid.
Yeah, that's right. Drawing the audience up closer, I like it.
Are you getting full money?
We had just a break just a minute ago, but yeah, the rest of the day off. Now we have a half-hour break later. They've been good though. This is kind of classic. You know, just kind of like really enjoy seeing what the students produce and I don't know, I think it's the best thing you see the students come to a program not knowing how to do it. You know,
Well, not everyone needed a package, but at least you.
yeah, as I said, average.
Let's freak out.
Been doing a little bit of stuff, like stuff.
Sorry, which company?
Yeah, 4.
How many projects we have to see?
30. That's like 20% increase over in punching in soloists. Used to very few 3-person groups this year.
Oh, look at that.
And then next year we'll start getting that extra 20 from the MISM.
It's no off, not on, not louder.
Especially you.
I'll do that tomorrow and after. I'm just chilling here. Maybe sit.
Okay.
It's amazing we didn't.
Grant, I think you can go anytime you'd like to.
Okay, so my project is based around a local program called Baby Steps. They are the Utah County Health Department's program to help mothers quit smoking. And they've kind of expanded the program now where they also help fathers and really anyone that wants to help or anyone wants to quit smoking to quit. And so they were created about 10 years ago, so they've been running for a little while. And their program essentially tries to help people quit smoking within 10 days is the goal, especially with mothers because you don't want them to be smoking during the pregnancy or when they have kids. So they try to get them to quit really fast. And then they stick with the mothers for a year after the baby's born to try to keep them to stay quit the whole time. And what they do is they offer the mothers diaper vouchers, so coupons for free diapers should the mothers stick to the program and quit. And so that's their incentive to be with the program. And then they do a random breath test and saliva test to make sure that people aren't cheating on the program. Well, so I have some facts up here. One of the things with pregnancy, smoking while pregnant, 20 to 30% of low birth babies are caused from smoking mothers, as well as 14% of preterm babies and 10% of all infant deaths. And I was informed that that's the #1 most preventable death in Utah County, which you can imagine. People don't smoke much in Utah County, and it's the #1 most preventable way to prevent deaths. So the problem is right now, when the women come in to sign up for the program, they just give them a packet and they kind of run them through what they're supposed to do and they send them home. And then they just follow up every few weeks or so to kind of see how they're doing. But it's really hard for them to know exactly how the women are doing, if the women are actually filling out the book, or if they're following along, reading all the information, or if they're just kind of throwing the book away. And then, like I say, they have the test to make sure that the women are quit. And a lot of times they can either be random or scheduled, but they don't really know in the in-between time how the women are doing. So that was the whole point of my project. There's their little logo. So I want to connect the organization to the people who are trying to quit smoking.
It's a great URL.
Let's see. There it is. Oh, let me see this image. That'll happen to that. So yeah, I took toquit.org, hoping that people say help to quit or how to quit, things like that, they would find my site. It's actually funny, there's a freeway billboard right now for waytoquit.org. So should somebody type it in wrong, because the way is in red letters and the to quit's in white, they'll hit my site. But there's nothing there's nothing really here right now. So right now, starting from the very beginning, a organization can come in here and they can create an account. And once they do, you can add a user. So I'll show you how that's done. Let's see. So they can just sign up like this, and it just signs them up, and it sends them an email that hopefully they'll get soon. See if it comes. And so this is kind of their secure way to sign up, just making sure people don't randomly sign up. What I'm going to do eventually is have it so that the organization will also get an email just to verify that that person is the person you want to sign up. And I'll make it so you only can add users from your organization while you're logged in as your organization, but that's kind of to come. I don't see it coming, so I'll just sign in. Sometimes it's slow to send emails. So just kind of some of the basics of my website. I have a basic contact me page. This page is kind of where things get started. This is the facts page. It's actually going to be facts and tips. And what the organization can do is they can put in information about quitting that will help the people kind of get some basic information. So those will be these little tiny facts that they'll see on the app that hopefully will get more information to the users. Right here, well, so I'll add a fact. So I can just say something like, the sky is blue. Right here, you can select the type of quitter that's going to see this fact. So it actually filters on the app who sees what. Right now I have 3 types, just a standard user, an expecting mother, and a recent mother. So you can just select one of those, and then you can decide, do I want only persons linked to my organization to see this fact? The Utah County Health Department, since I said I might be releasing this to other organizations, they said, well, we might want things that only our users see, like a little pop-up that says, don't forget to schedule your appointment, or whatever, things like that. So this will allow them to either do it locally, it's like, don't forget to schedule your appointment with the Utah County Health Department, or it could just be a general fact, like the sky is blue, and you can say, we'll let everybody see it. So you can save the fact there, and it just adds it to the list. And all of these they can edit if they mess up, and they might say, oh, I actually want that to be private. You can easily edit that. Then they have the videos page. This is the users will actually be able to get videos. And the purpose of this is the county wants to make their own custom videos that the women could watch, little short videos to actually give the woman information and do it in a more interesting way than the book. Because a lot of the women really don't care to read the information. So this is kind of the same thing as facts. You can filter again by the quitter type, and that's what I'm calling it right now, the quitters. Or you can select the audience. So it's just, like I said, it's the exact same thing. You can just pop in a URL. And say who it's for, who's it for. And it actually, it does filtering to make sure that the links are valid. So they have to be valid YouTube links or Vimeo links. And it'll also add it there. So right here is kind of the most important part saved for last on the website. And this is the list of the actual users that are using the app. So right here, you'll see people that are using the app, you'll see their quit date, when they're expected to quit smoking, and the type of user they are. And then when you click on them, you'll get more detailed information. So right here, you can see this is me. I am a recent mother. I was supposed to quit a few months ago, and today I reported that I had a cigarette, so my last cigarette was today. So I've been clean for 0 days, and I've watched 4 out of the 5 videos. So down here, you can just kind of see this is a little graph just showing when they smoked over time. You can see anything in blue was anything I smoked before my quit date, so I was permitted cigarettes. That's why it's in blue. But anything in red, that's after, so this is bad. So you can see I've had some really bad days. 21, yeah. So yeah, I had 50, so I'm nervous for this presentation. So this is where I think the value will come. So when the women come in, they can say, well, let's pull up your history and see how you're actually doing. And they'll be able to see, are you using our app? And they might reward them for using the app. Say, if you report every day, we'll maybe give you extra vouchers or things like that. And then they can watch them over time and kind of see how they're doing, see if they actually did watch the videos. And then they also know every time they report that they get little tips and information. So I'll show you how the reporting works right now on the app. So right now, it's loading. So right now it's just an iPhone app, and it's just my logo right there, and they can just log in or create a new account. Once they log in, this is right now the first page that they'll see. So this, it's a little hard to see, that's why I have it on the big screen. But right here, they can just click to increase how many cigarettes they've smoked, and then they can just report it, just like that. So that's how this page works. It's pretty basic. Oh, and it didn't, let's see. Oh, I'm not connected to the internet, and it tells me that. But right when you click it, it'll pop up something like this, a little fact. And the facts, they have random color backgrounds, so it just changes the colors and things. It makes it kind of fun. So it's a little more lively, a little color in the app. I want the app to be positive because they say a lot of the people that come and quit smoking are very down. They're pregnant women who's with them, and they know that they have a problem with it, smoking, and they're having a hard time quitting, and they just feel like complete losers in their lives. And often they have a hard time finding places to live, and they're just moving around a lot. So hopefully, I'm trying to make this kind of a positive app where the things they see will be bright colors, positive information, positive feedback, things like that. So right here, you'll see this is the videos page. So when they go to the videos page, it'll pop up the list of all the videos that they are filtered to see. So like I say, if they're an expecting mother, they'll see different videos than someone that's just a standard user. They'll have extra videos that are for mothers. And when they click on them to watch them, it'll pop up YouTube in my app. And then they can just, from there, just watch it on YouTube in the native iOS player. And then once they do that, it'll label the video as watched. Right now, all it does is when they the second they click on it, it labels it as watched. I'm going to put a timer in there to make sure you watch at least half the duration of the video before it marks it as watched. But I haven't gotten that far yet. So right here, they can kind of see something similar to what the organization sees on the reports page, and this will just kind of be a way for them to see how they're doing. So again, it shows me my quit date was forever ago, and I reported today, and I've been clean for 0 days. And this, I'm kind of hoping to pop out a little more information later. Things like how much money have you saved over time. I saw one app that actually tells you how many days you're expected to live longer because you're quitting. I thought, I have no idea how to calculate that, but I think it'd be kind of cool if I could get that information. So there's a lot of things I can add in here to kind of make it a little more information, a little more feedback. And I would like it to eventually where they can click on it and they'll see kind of a detailed view of what they're doing. So if they want to look at their number of, like their last report, well, like maybe the number of days they reported, they can click on it and they can maybe see a history of a log of all the reports over time. So there's things on this page I'd kind of like to add to make it a little more detailed, but for now it's just kind of some basic information. And then it's a little hard to see. I mean, the few things I want to add later, down here at the bottom, you'll see there's a little badges. Eventually I want to add just some awards that can be won as you're quitting. So good job, you signed up for the app. Good job, you set your quit date, or you've hit your quit date, or you've been clean for over 10 days or 1 month or whatever. So there's a million different things I could do here, and they're pretty easy to add. I just, again, haven't gotten that far yet. But that was an additional feature that I talked to the county. They said they'd love to have, but the other features were the #1 primary things they wanted. Then the last page is just some user settings right now. It's really basic. They can just log out and change their quit date, and that's it's about as far as it gets. Any questions?
So you have the question on the main counting page as how many cigarettes did you have since last time? Do you think that'll bias, kind of the reports that are shown that 120 cigarettes on the same day, and maybe that's really an aggregate over the time? Have you thought about how you display that, or maybe a different question? Thinking like you could just average that over the last number of days, or maybe give them the option of saying, I've had so many in the last week or day or something like that.
Well, I see what you're saying. I haven't given that much thought. So far, I've been hoping that they'll get in frequently, multiple times a day. The original idea that the county wanted was once a day is put the number in, but I thought that would be a little too much for people to keep track of. Like, have I reported my one time today? Is it at the same time every day? How many cigarettes did I smoke? So I wanted so that every time you just could pop up with the app and just, while you're smoking, if you wanted, just click and say, here's what's going on. So that's kind of how I wanted it. But you're right that if they haven't reported for a week and they all of a sudden want to blast it, they'll say that everything happened in 1 day. So I think that's a really good idea. They'll say, have a filter. And I could add that. Yeah.
So I'm curious if you've looked into any possible integration with the iOS health kit or research kit. Either probably more likely the research kit. I don't know what the health kit have, but I know that they want to collect this kind of information for research. I'm wondering if you've looked into that.
I didn't know it existed till just now. So.
Well, it was just announced like a month or so ago.
Yeah,
so.
it's pretty new.
So yeah, I haven't looked into it. That sounds super cool.
I know there's a lot of built-in cool stuff with the health kit metrics, and I know that APIs you can draw from to come up with that, how long you're going to live calculator. You can draw from things like the steps you're taking and a bunch of other things. You can grab whatever sensor data you can get from the device, and there's help out there that you can look for that will say, here's some ideas on how you calculate something like that. But I like the idea of this. I don't know, are we going to have a chance to talk about technology, or is that coming up? Or
Are you through presentation? Or?
I'm good, yeah.
Okay.
So I'd love to know, explain, so from what I gather, we've got the website, a native app, and then there's gonna be some database and web services. I'd just love to hear about all the technology involved and what you use.
Yeah, so I just program everything in Ruby on Rails. So it's pretty slick that way. And then I use Postgres database since it's like it's the most commonly used with Rails, so I just use that. I'm hosting it right now on Heroku. Again, it's kind of the most commonly used for a lot of Rails apps. It's super easy to integrate with. And then again, I'm just using Swift to program on iOS. That's kind of the whole thing.
Well, it's a nice breadth of experience from different technologies that you're going to be using. So I like that you've got all of those involved.
Do you have is there a RESTful API that you created for making your posts, or are you sharing data between the app and the website?
No, yeah, it just comes in and it's got Ruby methods to take care of each route that comes in. Yeah.
Okay. So I want to hear a little bit about, the likelihood this will be used, kind of your relationship with the county health department, where you see this going.
Okay, yeah, so the county, they're actually pretty excited to use it. They talked to me about last month and they said, well, can we just start using it? And I said, well, there's nothing on it. The app's not released yet. So no. But they're waiting to use it and they really like to start using it. And then they're already talking about when can we get it for the Android users, because we think a lot of people might have Android, which is nice because it'll be the exact same calls to my database or to my web server. So it'll be really easy. It's just going to be building the GUI. So all the logic now is built. It's all there.
No, you can, I don't know if many of your students have done this, but I mean, I did this for my app, just pull it in App Accelerator and then just let it write the Android version for you, the BlackBerry version, the Windows version. You can import your Objective-C code and basically it translates back in HTML5 and JavaScript and then turns that back into all the other apps, native languages, and you're exporting. That's a quick way to hurry and get it out for all your devices. The App Accelerator is one of a dozen of these programs that will do something like that.
That's cool. Yeah, so they're really excited to use it, and then they've told me that because they've been doing this for so long, they already kind of have the numbers on how many people quit and all and that type of thing. And they're willing to share with me how well the app does to see if it actually helps people quit. And they want to start. They already have features they want to add to it, which is kind of typical of a project. But they already have all these things they want to add to the app. And one of the big ones, they want people to be able to set goals, small daily goals or weekly goals. And they can just mark in the app how well they're doing to keep to those goals. So that's one thing that they've already talked about. And then they say if the app actually does well with them, they'll be more than willing to help me market it to other people, other programs, and say, here's what we're doing, and here's how much our success rate has gone up. And then I can go to the other counties around here and actually help them integrate with their program as well. And a lot of the counties around here actually really like the way that this county is doing their program, their smoking program already, and they're already basing some of their programs off this program. So if they start using the app and it actually helps them boost the number of people that quit, it'll be kind of a way to help me start selling it to be a little bit more than what it is now. So
one more idea along those lines. Can you go to that screen where you had this many days since you put the app screen? At some point, it'd be nice to convert it into kind of a little dashboard in their app, and something that you can put in there if you have data, if they will give you data from other people who've used their program. There's some program, I guess I don't know a whole lot about this 10-day quit program. If they'll give you data on how often people were, that one right there, on how often people were smoking and whether or not they actually quit. What you could do is actually, I envision here some type of a dashboard that says you have a 70% chance of quitting successfully based on your profile so far, and then let them add any whatever data pieces you can put in there. You've got this much chance of success if you keep doing what you're doing. You've watched all the videos based on what past people have actually done. Your success rates, your likelihood of succeeding is this. Something that goes along really well with the goals research, giving them feedback, towards their goals like that would be something to bring people back, because they need something other than just I got to post my cigarette count today to come back to the app. If I can see based on my history how likely I am to succeed today, that's something that we're keeping.
Yeah. Well, that's why, like I was saying, I want positive feedback. Like, how much money have you saved? How long are you going to live? Things like that. Where it's just, why do I come back? And then you saw in there, you can change the quit date. One of the problems with some of the programs is once people hit the quit date, if they can't quit, they often just give up. And so this is kind of their apprentice process where they can reset it over and over and keep trying on the app, and it'll just kind of reset the program for them and help them start back at the beginning.
But keep that, it said the database have to keep track of that. Keep track of how many times people change, because all that's useful information to predict how successful they'll be in the future. And that can be feedback to give to them on a screen like this.
Yeah, well, I think it'd be good for them and for the organization too, who may not have that kind of data. So right now, I know they track how well the women are doing, but I don't know if they track how many times they restart the program, how many times they come back in, things like that. So,
because if you have that, you could then say this is your 5th time resetting your quit date. Your chances of succeeding are going to go from 70% down to 60% based on past data of people who actually quit. Anyway, that would be something.
Yeah.
There's a lot of motivation studies that could be done and related to this. I'm sure that's where the health department would really be interested. In kind of general IS, one of the studies that was done, which was kind of enlightening, is in the early days of collaborative brainstorming, researchers put this line up, and it was a totally arbitrary line, and said this is how many the average group actually, how many ideas they brainstormed. It didn't matter where they moved that line. People went just right above it and then stopped. On the other hand, you could imagine something like that, these trend lines and people saying, okay, well, I'm not going to, I'll go up to, but won't exceed that trend line. And I think there could be something there. One thing I love about this project is these are real lives, real impact using technology to do good. So I think it's incredible for that.
That's a good point. The same thing's been found with the Fitbit and the Nikes, all these different wearables. They have, if you register with their websites, it'll show you, like on my Nike Fuel Band, it says your current goal for steps places you in the 50th percentile of your age. What? Okay, that's it. My new goal is this. That same idea of putting that line right there. Something, 50% or 70% of women who quit did what you're doing right here, or something like that. Anyway.
Something else that was kind of cool, Dr. Little, who's my mentor, he did a study on the number of, people that have gone to prison, and when they come back out, they have a hotline they can call to essentially get them in touch with family members. They'll hear voice recordings of family members to encourage them to not do crimes. In this case, it was acts of rage, things like that. And it actually was extremely successful, like insanely successful, the amount of people that stayed out of prison versus those that went back, depending on whether or not they used the program. And this, I think this would be kind of cool. So eventually I could have it. So right now you can link to an organization, but also have it if you could link to friends and family, and they can post videos or little facts and things sort of pop up and say, love you, son, keep going. This is and that way they could just watch YouTube videos of family members and things saying, I believe in you, you can do it. Again, making it more and more filtered and more and more personal. So I think that'd be really cool to do.
Great idea. Grant, will you take 2 minutes and give us your lessons learned from having done this project? How does this make you a better IS professional? How does this help your career? What have you learned?
One thing that helped me a lot, or that I've learned a lot, is just kind of how to learn new technologies. Because I had never, this is my first real big web project, besides what we've done here in school. It's the first time I've actually made my own website, and obviously the first time I've ever made my own real app. So there's I learned a lot about how to dig in and get that information on what I need to know. And that's actually kind of cool because my company I work for, they just decided last week they're going to switch over to a web-based system. There's been software before. And so they want everyone to train up on how to do just kind of new web technologies and things like that. It's like, well, that's cool because I've just been doing a project where it's a bit different language and everything, but it's kind of the same idea, same things going on. So that was huge. Another thing I learned is kind of interesting. It was I did this project by myself, and actually it proved to be more challenging than I thought. A lot of times I just like to bounce ideas off of people, And it was really hard to try to balance technical ideas, you might say, problems that are more technical versus real world problems. So I try to talk to my wife or someone that maybe doesn't know the technology, and so I'm trying to say, let's see, if I do this in my database, do you think this will happen like this? And in that case, I talk to myself pretty much. Because I mean, my wife will just sit there and nod her head. Yeah, that sounds great. Like, no, that's not going to work. Let's see. So is I think in the future, if I was to do more of this kind of stuff, I'd really like to work with other people and kind of just for two minds. I think two minds is always better than one. So that was a huge lesson learned. So.
Anything else? Thanks so much. Let's see what next. We have fast track. Fast track. Have your dreams come true. Got the marketing down already. Yeah. It's real business.
That's something to see.
What did you say?
Have your dream come true.
Let's add it in real quick.
I'll get a paper.
I think I got it.
Get it? Where's up the spot?
I don't know.
Jump.
Thanks so much for coming. Appreciate it.
You guys didn't heckle him enough though over there. You're supposed to throw in a few curveballs.
Oh, you call that a website?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. Just thinking. Sure.
Here's VDA.
Do you have HTML?
I don't. Oh, so you can. I have a mini HTML.
Nice.
You guys 2D presenters, is that it?
Okay.
I know you guys are.
A lot of things extended. Cheer. What?
See you. You guys do it.
There was something just now.
Canadian jokes come out.
Sorry. Okay. Let's just go over. Yeah, I'm good. I'm using glasses.
Oh.
Sure. You have to drag it too. Then drag it back. Okay.
Oh, there we go. That's what we learned in the past few years. There we go. All right, we can get started. It's good to go.
Yep, we're good.
All right, so hello everyone for our presentation for Fast Track is our capstone project. Today we're going to show you what we have done so far in this semester, and just a special thanks to our business partner at the back, Jonathan Brown. He helped with lots of our business stuff with Fast Track as well. And so just one sentence to summarize what Fast Track is about. It's social network specialized to facilitate college athlete recruiting. So the main user we have here is going to be the high school athletes. They're looking for college to play sport in, as well as the college coaches. They're looking for high school athletes. Next. So what is the pain we're trying to solve here with Fast Track? So first of all, the current high school athlete recruiting process is very manual and localized. Lots of coaches, they're kind of like old school. They love just to go out to those like, let's say, track and field competition to see how people actually run, and they try to find the best athletes out there. But what they never realized doing this is yeah, so looking for the top athletes there, but what they never know is that there's going to be far more athletes out there that are more qualified to play for any sports in school, but they never look at those people. And actually, same thing happened on the other side. High school students, they know lots of the top school out there. So let's say BYU is a good track and field school, but what they will never know is, maybe some few there, they're willing to grant like full ride scholarship for lots of students, but I mean, they didn't know about their school. So we try to fix this unmatched demand and supply here. And of course, the third thing here, there's lots of rules, and I mean, some of them really stupid, that to limit the communication between the high school athletes and college coaches. Oops. So yeah, those are rules that bind the proper communication between these two parties. So sometimes it makes the whole process even more cumbersome and bureaucratic.
And so John, as we mentioned before, he's one of our business partners. We started this idea together. He used to be a track athlete here at BYU, and he's also an entrepreneur. Thanks to his experience, because he's been through all this experience, from high school, just have a hard time finding a good school to play for, and the whole experience that he's been through, and his network in the track and field sport, that we are able to interview lots of the college coaches and high school coaches here around in the Utah County. So that inspire lots of functionalities that we have for Fast Track, and that also gives us a chance to know what the real user out there they want. So the technology we used for Fast Track is the increasingly popular MinStack framework, so which is the MongoDB Express, AngularJS, and Node.js. The good thing about this framework is we get to use JavaScript itself to code all the way the whole application from front end to back end. And second thing is this framework is becoming more popular nowadays to build modern web applications. So we feel like it's a good opportunity to learn this to enhance our portfolio for our career. And before we jump into the actual demo of Fast Track, we want to show you how the whole site is actually working in a high general level, if the projector is working. So without the help with the slides, I can just explain a little bit here. So imagine Fast Track is a social network. So in this social network, we have two different types of profiles here. One is the high school athletes, and the other one is going to be this college profile. So these two different parties, they are starting to decide, they're trying to look for the potential counterparties. So let's say me as a high school student, I log into Fast Track, and from there I can start searching for all those profiles from different colleges here around, not just Utah, but around America. So I can find out what this school, their acceptance criteria, either academic and athletics. So let's say what time they're looking for to run 100 meters, what kind of students they're looking for. And same thing for students, same thing for school, excuse me. They can also log into the site and try to look for students they're interested in. And so from here, we actually have a student and a school, they have established their mutual interest. So once these two parties, they have the interest in each other, will establish a way of communication, which is a real live chatting on the site for them to communicate. Let's just jump to demo right now then. Need to drag the website over. Yeah.
Yeah, could you?
Yeah. So our website is not online yet, so it's still local, but hopefully we'll get it online soon. But imagine, so when users first got directed to our site, they will arrive here at the nice little landing page here to make people impressed. So on the landing page here,
Okay.
are you okay?
Yeah,
Okay, good. So the landing page is just going to show some of the particular features that we have, that we offer to students and colleges. Some information about the business partner here is for Fast Track, as well as some business stories if people are interested in. If we go all the way back up to the top and click the try it out button, actually, for the time's sake, it will get directed to the real functional site here of Fast Track. Now we are gonna do a fresh shot by creating a new profile. So let's say go to this site, I'm a high school student. Here, actually, we're trying to just get the bare minimum information from the users, because we realize that lots of users, when they sign up for a social network, they just feel overwhelmed by typing so many information and they just drop off. So we just try to get the bare minimum information here, and they'll be able to get logged into the site here. And to make myself more legit on the site, I'm gonna put a profile picture of myself here. Ooh. But not me. So yeah, with the profile picture here now, I would look more like in the side. When people search for me, they see my face, they'll say, oh yeah, this guy must be real. It's not true in the real world, but I mean here, give them a sense of comfort, right? So from here, we can see we have the DT profile here is still empty, right? We try to give the flexibility to the users to finish up their profile in their own pace. And the motivation with that is the more you fill out your profile, the easier you'll get found by other schools. So now let's just click edit profile and just add some stuff here. I mean, all this information, they're critical for athlete recruiting, for school college coach. They want to see how tall you are, how heavy you are, you know. When are you going to graduate so that they can start recruiting you to play for their school. And yep, yada, 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 you know. So scroll down a little bit. So school grades is also important to applying for schools, right? So we want to get this information as well as the preference tab. Let's finish up here. The preference tab here, we interview with some college coaches, and actually some of this information is important. So for example, BYU is an LDS school, so we would want athletes that have the same religion here. That would be better. And some schools, they were actually trying to enhance the diversity here for their school, so they were also interested in the students' ethnicity. But again, all this information is voluntary. I mean, the student, if they don't feel comfortable, they don't have to fill that out. But the more you fill out, the more easier you get found by a potential school that you can play for. If you scroll down, that's actually the most important thing of a student profile, which is the actual time you run, you know, let's say for 100 meters. So let's say I feel like I can run 100 meters. Oh, it looks like it's pretty crappy, but we can still put, I feel like I can run 12 seconds for 100 meters, almost get me into the Olympics, but I'm just trying to get a school here right now. I don't know, Utah, Provo maybe. Yep. So by hitting all those critical information, I just did the run this month. And, oops, sorry. Let's see that.
I don't know why it's rendering like that.
Can you type anything here? Let's see. But something we want to add in this page is a way to verify those information input by students. Because right now, I can pretty much put in anything I want, like 12 seconds for 100 meters, really. But in the future, we hope that we will have high school coaches on board to verify this information for their students. We could also, there's some third-party sites out there that have the records for those public competitions. We can also do a verification with those sites as well by having a partnership. So when actually I run 11 seconds for 100 meters, it's not too bad. That's all we need. So now it's pretty much a very simple completed profile. So this way I can be very easily found by schools, but at the same time I also want to look for other schools that I can play for as well. So let's go to the search for schools page. So if you scroll down here, so for development purpose, we have a whole list of school profile here already. But by manipulating the search criteria form up here, we can filter out the list to find the actual schools that the student wants. So let's say here, I would want Division I being the top schools for track and field here. And I just want to go to school in Utah. I mean, it's close for me. And I have a 100-meter record, so for sure I'm going to run. So, but I mean, yeah, I run for 11 seconds, but I want to check, like, if I run for 15 seconds, what schools are going to be looking for me. So if you type in 15 seconds, and I'm a male for sure, and just click search. Oh, so actually BYU is looking for students who can run 100 meters faster than 15 seconds. But I mean, I can do way better than that, right? So if I just cut it down to 11 seconds, right? Or 12 or 11, it doesn't matter. It's pretty fast. If you click search, oh, hey, I'm qualified for UVU as well. But you know what, I'm still more interested in BYU because it's just a better school, right? So if you just type in BYU here, now we can see the profile of BYU as a whole. We have some information here that are critical about athlete trying to apply for school, right? Such as, what athletic award it gets for the past couple of years, like what academic ranking. I mean, ICSE is obviously the best. I mean, accounting is pretty good, but I mean, I feel like after I run, I can, try to apply for ICSE. It's pretty cool, right? But more important thing for athlete is actually the acceptance criteria of this school. So just now I searched 100 meters by 15 seconds, right? But from here I can see the criteria for BYU on other events as well. So it's good for diversifying. Like I can run not just 100 meters, I can also run for a couple of other sports here as well. And academic acceptance criteria is also important, like make sure they have a decent GPA so they can get into this school, and tuition as well. Because not just the student, the parents as well, they also want to look for like if they are able to afford this school. In the future, we want to put scholarship information here as well, so that athletes, they'll be able to know how much chance they have to get a full ride scholarship with this school. And so I'm interested in BYU, I want to play for that, so I'm just click that little button and say I'm interested in this school. So now the one-way connection is established, and we can see that by looking at the parties of interest page. So this tab interest in you, we can see the schools that are actually interested in this student. And if you go to the other tab, this is going to be the schools that I'm interested in personally. So that is the first part of the story from the student side. Let's just continue the second part of the story by logging in as BYU. Sun is BYU. Okay, so now we are BYU, and the profile here you can see is pretty much similar to what we just seen. And as the owner of this profile, I can just click the edit profile and just add more stuff that I need to. But we're not going to go there right now. But same thing for schools, we can do searching for students, pretty similar to how a student is going to search for schools. We're just going to type in, let's say, outdoor 100 meters. Want to look for people who can run within like 12 seconds maybe. Yeah, anything doesn't matter. Like you don't have to put in everything in the criteria. You can just put as much as you want. The more you put, the more precise the result you get. Okay, so right now, wow, yeah, I have lots of students here that I can choose from, right? But yeah, being the top one must be the best, but no, just kidding. Those are just ranked by the profile created time right now, and we hope to enhance that. And we're gonna talk about that in a little bit. But pretty much the search function is gonna be the same for both sides of the social network. But if we just scroll back up again and click on the parties of interest tab, see, okay, this guy, me. So we can see that we just click that we are interested in this school, and it's shown here. So the school here, right now, you should actually click on the profile and see the student that are interested in BYU. So look at that, okay. Wow, the stat is pretty awesome, 11 seconds. Wow, that's wonderful. BYU is very interested in this student, so just gonna do the same thing, click I'm interested. In this way, two-way mutual interest communication is established, and we can verify that by going to the conversations tab. So here, it shows all the connections that have the mutual interest in. So Safety Seal, me, myself, we just got added to the connection. And the school, just by clicking to my profile, you can just start talking to me. Oh, almost done. Thanks for the compliment, though. I'll take that.
Was bringing that up. Are schools interested in athlete overall, or interested in athlete for a specific event? And does that matter to you?
People would be more interested in the student itself, because I normally attract athlete. He's not just gonna run for one type of sport. He's gonna, if it's a short sprint, he's gonna do 100, 200, 400 maybe. For cross country, he's gonna do like many different types of events as well. So yeah, that's pretty much what our site will do. Oh, and an extra thing on top of the website, we have another search bar here. That's to search a connection that's already established, as well as right now, as a school, we can search a student by name. So let's say a coach, he went to a track meet, he know a particular student, so he just like come back here at home, log into the site to see if the student is on fast track by just simply searching for his name. So
145 demo sessions already?
yeah, looking lighter than he looks, right? Yeah.
Okay, so that's, and like Xavier said, that's pretty much where we are with our application right now. However, we do have some future plans for it, mainly to get people using it in a real world setting. We want to do kind of a pilot program. So here in Utah, using some of the schools which are listed on this slide, and some of those schools too, get them to start using it. We've already started talking with several of these schools, as well as high school coaches and athletes, and overall the response has been really positive. People are excited to see if they can utilize this tool to help them network better. Additionally, on the site, sorry for the rendering, but this is a snapshot of the results. Right now they're just being shown in order of user creation date. So the most recent account that was created is just showing it like that, but we want to make that a little bit more sophisticated, maybe making it so that it takes into account like proximity to the user who's performing the search. So that's the idea. Lessons learned, there were many with the mean stack. It was a really enjoyable experience, and we were thankful that we were able to increase our skill set, but we definitely struggled a little bit with it, and it took more time than we hoped that it would. So overall, it was good, but just for future reference, it was a little bit more difficult than we wanted. Also, scope creep. We experienced quite a bit of this. At the beginning, we had a simple idea for what we wanted to do with the project, but upon trying to validate it with people, users, partners, everything, the list of business requirements just grows and grows. And we quickly found out we wouldn't have enough time or resources to finish everything that we wanted to do or that other people wanted us to do within the semester. So we're thankful for this because this happens in the real world setting all the time, and hopefully next time we encounter it, we'll be a little bit more ready for it. Also, probably the most important lesson was consistently validating your ideas with your customers and partners. So we're thankful for having John on board because of his expertise, for the coaches and athletes who were willing to help us and give us validation, because we didn't have a specific knowledge on this on track and field, but because of the help that we got, we believe we were able to develop an app which is actually going to help athletes and coaches to connect with each other, and hopefully put the athletes at the schools where they feel like they will have the best fit. So, and that's it. So, any questions?
So has anybody tested it for you yet? Like, how are you approaching the schools in these conferences?
We've talked to them. Obviously, this is on my local host. We haven't deployed it on anything yet. What we're kind of hoping to do is let them, try it for free, and then just have them try it out, see what they like, see what they don't like, and then make adjustments accordingly. And kind of go
Yeah, and we've been talking to some local high schools here, like Springfield High School and Provo High School. We talked to their coaches, and they said they're willing to try this out for free. I mean, basically to do a partnership with us. And originally, back in February, we have a track this season that we just missed because we haven't got like a nice little product to show those people. But the next coming season is going to be a cross-country season in summer. We hope that we can just bring this out to those track meet and show that to lots of different coaches and students all around Utah. The questions?
Yeah, what was your guys' favorite part?
I think we do have different favorite part, but my favorite part is going to be actually the being able to reaching out to actually talk to users, interviewing with them to see what they actually want, and exploring mean stack and just looking like tons of videos is also kind of exciting life, I guess. Yeah.
I would just say stretching yourself, because we didn't really know a whole lot about mean stack going into it. And I wouldn't say I know a ton now, but I was able to figure out the things that I could, that I didn't know. So just that confidence that I got off that, I'm thankful for that.
Do you have a date
for going live?
Not yet. So
I'd strongly encourage you to put one down and just do it.
Okay.
And I think you've probably learned so much as you've kind of refined things. I think you have that much more to learn as people start to use it, and getting that validation on the real site can be huge. And then I see lots of potential for this in more areas than just track and field. And the templates will be customized, the industries around those sports are probably fleshed out in some degree, but I think this has a lot of potential.
Thinking from an implementation standpoint, I've got two things I can think of that could be potential pitfalls you might want to consider going forward. So if you once you expand beyond track and field, because it's a platform, right, which is perfect for every sport, is who has control. If I'm the BYU track and field coach, I can go in and I can edit that info, but as soon as the BYU football, basketball, as those other coaches jump in, who has ownership and control over the school information? So this is something that can be resolved, this has to be figured out. The other thing is, I think about, we apply to a different setting. Think about when I'm looking at KSL ads or something, I'm a consumer shopping. I go look at a list of products and I see 3 or 4 that are awesome on the list, and I call them up, I want to buy that, whatever it is. Oh, that one's already sold, come in and look at these other ones. It's just a scam, right? There's not really a product at that price, they just want me to get me in the store. The reverse could happen now where you have athletes going and marking, I run a 4.240. Okay, yeah, you flew me out here, I really don't, but now I'm here, so let's talk about what I can do. So that third-party verification is going to be critical, and I don't know what the market is like for that, but you guys can even do that. I mean, it can't be that difficult to electronically time people and say for a $100 fee, we'll give you third-party verified electronic time on this website, so that when I'm searching, I can go by verified times and not. Anyway, I think it's a great idea. It looks like it's been well implemented so far.
Yeah, I agree with the validation issue, and I think that the lowest hanging fruit, from my perspective, is high school coach access to everyone registered for their school for their event, and they can just go through and say, yeah, verified, and then it's the reputation of the school and with the coach on the line that is a lot longer lasting than an individual athlete.
Yeah, that's a good point. Something like that would work. Something other than
quick hills, but this is even better. And they do have these official timings at specific track meets and other things that maybe you can tap into their databases for automatically populating the events and stubbing out profiles.
Yeah, those I don't know. Those would work. I don't know if their infrastructure is ready for if this were to take off. The volume of athletes that would all of a sudden want. They don't want to wait for the next meet. I want to go to some business right now and get my time on the board, or go to someone somewhere to verify and get up the meeting. So that'd be another idea that I've also already forgotten. Anyway, you can tell we like it because we're thinking of ideas and buying into it.
Any questions? All right, great job, Dan. Next up, we have Revian, Jake, Lauren, and Scott. Sound over the. Yeah. You should have sound. You had sound earlier.
Right, messing with the control.
Yeah.
Got it.
I have the VGA. I don't see it right now. Yeah, I can run all that.
Just we're going to do different
What's the HDMI cable? Jack.
case like that.
What's the cable?
I don't know where to find that. There you go.
Okay, great. Okay, so it's gonna be on this. This is just gonna get rid of it.
Maybe. Hey, Dr. Maservi, is it okay if we close these blinds? Like, test this out. Try playing some sound or some sort.
Let's see, let's, you know, what, this is not audio. It's up on there, but it's not gonna be.
And then you'll get a bunch of some of the audio is not going to be all the picture.
Okay. Audio, like that.
Or VG has. Try that.
I am, it's playing.
Leave it playing.
Yeah, I need like that screen.
Oh, it's okay. Headphone port. There we go. That's working. You gotta turn it up.
Do your best to find and reach out.
Okay, great. Okay, just a second. Can you hear it? I heard it. Okay, good. Also, do you have a mouse for that?
Are we just gonna we'll have to turn it because like, if it's just mirrored, so we can look. That'd be kind of weird.
That's well, right. Can we move it? Or? I guess you don't need
we'll figure it out.
Great. Okay. Should I put it there or that might be easy. That's fine.
No, just leave it there.
Okay. I think for the sale for the demo. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna come on this side.
All right, gentlemen, you're on.
We're on, all right.
25 minutes or so.
Okay, sounds good. Well, I'm Jacob, Roy, Scott. For our project, we did a dashboard for Brevium, which is a company that I work for currently, Roy used to work for, and Scott likes to eat their food.
Grant actually works there too.
And Grant actually works there too.
Them in his presentation.
So what we did for them, we did basically a BI solution for their sales team. But before we go any further, we wanted just to talk about what Brevium is, and to give you a quick background, we'll let Brevium say in their own words kind of what they do and what they are.
If you're like most medical practices out there, you have a lot of patients to keep track of, and that's a good thing. Unfortunately, if you're also like most practices out there, it's easy to lose track of a lot of those patients, and that's not a good thing. But you know how that happens. You have patients that for one reason or another will cancel their appointment or simply not show up at all. Other times the patients just don't schedule their follow-up visits. So you do your best to find and reach out to those overdue and lost patients. You may go through reports or manually search through hundreds of records, trying to find those that need to come back into the office. Perhaps you're already using various recall tools, such as postcard reminders, automated phone calls, text messaging tools, or email services. But less than half of patients respond to those recalls. The two biggest issues that arise from this common problem is one, the patients can fall through the cracks and go long overdue for needed care. And two, these lost and overdue patients represent a lot of missed revenue for your practice. Brevium is patient reactivation software that works with your existing practice management system and makes it easy to find and bring those lost patients back to your practice. Brevium's technology billing and treatment negative codes, and might recall visit history and claims data to save you hours and hours of tedious and time-consuming manual research. You'll have complete control of how you target and filter your patient information with the ability to search for specific medical conditions or procedure codes or the time since the last visit, and a lot more. Brevium does not replace your existing practice management software or your recall system, but rather works in partnership with it to find and provide you with valuable data about those lost and overdue patients and help you reactivate them. You'll be able to easily take the information that Brevium generates and have your staff make calls for scheduling, or Brevium can seamlessly integrate with your Telebox automated patient contact solution. You'll know that Brevium is working for you because you'll be able to see built-in reporting and statistics to ensure the process is successful. You can expect dramatic increases in office visits, surgery volumes, and overall revenue, not to mention the fact that as you reactivate those patients, you'll be improving the compliance of your practice and raising the quality of care as well. Want to see how Brevium can generate results for your practice? Contact us today to schedule an online demo of Brevium, and we'll also discuss your specific.
All right. Hopefully that gives you an overview of what Brevium is about.
Okay, so a little background of what Brevium is. And so the problem that we found when speaking with the sales team is they do a really good job of going out, they go to these trade shows and they find different companies that want to buy Brevium and license it. But one of the problems is after the company buys it, they have a hard time of really tracking how much the companies use them, if they're using it effectively, you know, who's falling off, and they don't really know if someone's not using it until they cancel. So they're very reactive in their approach to how they handle customers once they've signed up. And so this is very frustrating, as you see by the man in the tech. So I'll turn time for Scott now. About what we did.
So to combat this, kind of what we saw in the video is that all the customers have like these great dashboards and stuff. They can see how well they're doing, but Brevium doesn't have anything internally for the sales team to see how well they're doing. So we kind of took that approach, and that's what we did. We made a sales dashboard. And part of that, we felt like the sales team needed something to identify trends for customers, see where they're going, if they're doing bad, good, how they did in the past and things like that. As well as segment the customers into whether they're doing good or bad, and then be able to look at each practice individually and see the individual sales, see how they're doing 5 years ago, 6 years ago, things like that. So we created a sales dashboard. What we did is for technology is we used SSRS because Brevium is SQL. They use SQL Server for everything. They're a SQL Server company. So we decided to use SSRS because it integrates so well, and when we leave, they can maintain it and maintain it a lot easier rather than using an obscure technology that they've never used before or something like that.
So if I can jump in and just say, for those of you who aren't familiar, SSRS is made by Microsoft. It stands for SQL Server Reporting Services, and it's a tool that interfaces with SQL Server in order to visualize data and provide reports.
Mm-hmm. So it helps build reports. Yeah, exactly. So this little flow chart here, we see the practice management system. That's where Brevium's sitting on each practice's systems, and they're pulling data from each practice and sending it to a central server at Brevium called Bruce. And then on that server, there's a database called Brevium Usage, and then we created a data warehouse that's pulling from Brevium Usage. And then from Brevium Usage, we're using SSRS to connect to Brevium Usage Warehouse to build the reports. And then as well in that, we made some pretty beefy stored procedures to help classify customers, update the warehouse. And so a lot of our project is on that level. So if you want to see some of that, just let us know.
We update our warehouse nightly. So we're going to run, we haven't set it up live yet on their server, but we'll just have a service that'll run nightly and execute a stored procedure to be able to update our warehouse.
And we're hoping to have that done in the next couple of weeks so that they can start using it. So without further ado, we're going to kind of show you the reports and demo the reports.
If you want, Jake, I can drop it while you talk.
Yeah, sure.
Just tell me where to go.
So we're just going to hop on the server right now. This is just a server that we have here at school that we took a snapshot of the Brevium usage database, and we've been working off that. We actually took one when we first started, and then we just took another one last week. So we have pretty recent data that we're working with to show you guys right now. So this is the SSRS interface. We have it up on that they'll be able to use it locally when we have it going. But so if we go into Brevium usage report here, this is kind of our hub of information. So the way we visualize the use case kind of working is that the sales team goes in and uses Brevium summary. side. So Brevium Summary is kind of the summarization dashboard, hence the name. And here they can see lots of different information about what's going on with the practices. So on the top left is the overall look at what calls are being made, or how many calls are being made by practices versus how many practices the company actually has. On the left side are the number of calls, right side number of practices. So when meeting with the company, we found that one of the most useful metrics that they felt to know if a company was using the software well is how many calls they were making from using it. And then also, they're curious how many practices that are actively using it. So these practices is someone that made a call within that billing period. So if a practice didn't use it for that billing period, then they would fall off. So and below there in the bottom left, we see there's the summary data to see, just actually displays what's being shown in the graph there. And then the bottom right here shows the top 10 performers. Another thing that they really wanted to see was who was making the most money. So this shows in each customer's last bill period, if that bill period was within the last, I think, 3 months, then it shows the top 10 in that area. So Retina Washington Group, their last bill period, they had the best one. So this is good, so they can go out and give them some type of reward and be more proactive in helping out the excelling ones. But what's really interesting and what we, the real reason we did this project was for this top right chart here, and that's for practice status. So something that we wanted to do was be able to classify practices and break them down into the type that they are, whether they're doing well, bad, or horrible kind of. And so we came up with 4 different categories, being average, excelling, inactive, and limping. So if a practice is average, it means that they're operating just kind of the same amount that they've always done. But a limping practice is a practice that with the average of their last 3 months, the calls that they made is less than 50% of their overall average. So for those last 3 months, they haven't been doing very well. Excelling is kind of the opposite of that. For the last 3 months, they're doing 70% better because we want to make sure that excelling was really top notch. So they're doing 70% better than what they usually do. Then inactive means that the last 3 months they haven't made any calls. And what this chart does is on the left-hand side is from 2 billing periods ago, and the top is from last billing period. And what we see is movements from different statuses. So on the top left there, you see 253 practices went from average to average. But we see that 4 practices went from average to excelling, and 14 practices went from average to limping. Across the bottom here is the total for the company right now. So we have 265 practices that are average, 16 that are excelling, 65 that are inactive, and 73 that are limping. We worked with what the company calls a farmer, and he felt like he really wanted to know when someone went from one state to another. So this allows them to identify, I need to look at this group right now because it got unknowingly larger.
Yeah, if I can mention something else too, the current system that they have is just a really big spreadsheet. And I mean, they've modified the spreadsheet so that they can sort, based on the fees charged to the medical practice and calls made, but nothing really intelligent to view a summary. So one problem that the sales team was having was knowing where to start, right? Just because it was an information overload. There's only one farmer right now. It was really hard for him to determine where to go. And so I guess he'd just have different days where he'd work on different sets of customers. What he, I guess, just felt like in his gut was limping customer inactive. This report is a summary report again. And so even though there are just numbers on here, the purpose of this report is to provide really high-level summary information so that the farmer and the sales team can know which customers need the most help.
Yeah. So, so we see the summary now. Now we want to kind of attach some names to it. So we see, like right here, we see average to excelling. There's 4 people there, but we want to know which 4 practices are those so we can see what they're doing. And you can kind of see the business impact as a salesperson. You look at this and you say, oh, wow, all of these average people went down to limping. What are they doing? Did they hire somebody new that doesn't know how to make the calls? Did they, they do a lot of these things that like, it could be a simple fix. And now that they can see it, they can go contact some of these practices. So the next report that we have is a changing customers report. So it's basically that matrix, but we can actually see what the practices' names are, and we can go out and then from seeing the practice names, we can go to another report and drill down and really see what's going on. So we'll go from average to limping. We felt like average to limping is very, very important to Brevium because average to excelling, average to excelling, the practices are making a lot of money. They see the benefit of having Brevium. They're having a lot of people being reactivated, so they're making profits. But those that are going average to limping,
they're generally probably not seeing the value in the product, and then we're going to be lost, and they're going to be go into inactive, and then they're going to stop using our product.
Okay, sorry, our VPN session got.
Yeah, no worries.
So this is the website generated through SSRS,
yes,
right? Do you have the ability to edit the actual website, or is it something that's all too automated to mess with?
It's too automated.
SSRS doesn't give you a lot of wiggle room. You can change. It's like you have a graphical user interface, and you can kind of drag and drop. But as far as we tried to do quite a few different things, and SSRS is really limited.
Yeah, you can customize. So, for example, in like search fields, you can add AJAX type function, processing, so that you can filter lists or do more complex or responsive search form or something. But it was
basically the process of doing that was going around SSRS.
And we felt it would be too much to. I guess it would be like doing a separate web project in addition to the core of what we wanted to accomplish, which was to just create a sales reporting tool.
I'm pretty sure that you can deploy SSRS reports as custom reports in a separate website, but it takes it out of the existing.
Yeah, it's mainly set up for SharePoint. Like if we were to integrate this with SharePoint, there's a lot of stuff you can do with SharePoint.
Yeah. That's where you can go in and change the color of the cells.
Yeah.
These are the ones to worry about, or change the number to a link so it takes you directly to this reporter.
Yeah, we went down a bunch of different avenues trying to make it really cool, and then we kept coming into dead ends. So we're sitting here, we see a list of average to limping customers, and so we see that, and now we want to know. Let's say we'll go to Florida Eye Clinic. We want to see why they're going to average to limping. So that'll bring us to our next report. So after they've looked at that, they can go into practice lookup. So right here, you can do a partial type in, and it should search the right practice, but we just copy and paste it in there. And then you can go back and see how many years back. So we'll go 3 years back, sure. Why not? And it's super fast, so. All right, so now we have a graphical representation of kind of what's happening, how many calls they're making, how many appointments, and what's going on, what their status is, which is limping, and then go through the bill dates and kind of see how they're doing for Brevium. See maybe like if they were doing good, you can kind of see that. So you can see right there that we're doing well. Now they're going down the limping. What's going on, right? So now that's a great opportunity for a salesperson to call these people up, field a few questions. Are you happy with the product? Is it going well for you? And things like that. And try to reactivate our customers, Brevium's customers.
And the great thing is too, the big thing is that they were identified the second they became limping, as opposed to way back. You look like, oh, they've been doing bad for a while. They just started to do bad. So instead of them falling out and not using anymore, you can quickly correct that wrong.
Gotcha. Okay, so now Roy's going to talk to us about the customers.
Before I move on, I just want to ask: are there any questions or comments that anyone wants to make at this point? Okay.
Sure, right. I got a question.
Yeah.
What's the customizability of these dashboards? So
for the sales team, or
yeah. So let's say the sales team wants to see a different metric. Is it possible to change the metrics on the dashboards?
Yeah.
How would you go about doing that?
Good question. So directly through the web interface, no. So you create your reports in something called Business Intelligence Developer Studio, which is pretty much Visual Studio, and it's got a plugin for BI development. And so they have to do that. We actually do have someone there who is very familiar with the business intelligence process, who's done work with SSRS before, and we're handing it over to him. But for just somebody who doesn't have technical experience with SSRS, it would be difficult to update, go in the back end, update all the code behind it.
So these are just like snapshots, essentially.
Exactly.
Right. Yeah, because the purpose is to kind of, for sales, someone that's non-technical, to be able to look at these and just gather information from them and stuff. But hopefully that they are an SSRS, and that's something that Brevium already uses, that they could make new reports and stem from what we've already
But the information is dynamic. It's pulling every time you open up the website. It's pulling from Brevium, our warehouse.
That is a issue that we did talk about, though, that the customizability. So, for example, Tableau is nice because your people who are using it can just make their own dashboards. It's very intuitive. But we felt, and I'll talk about this more, but just deciding which tool to use. This was the best because it was the best tool to interface with SQL Server.
Sorry, I just didn't know if that was a possibility. I wasn't saying anything.
Oh, no.
I was just curious.
Yeah, be quiet back there, all right?
So, yeah, you can go ahead and open that up. Good question. Any other questions? Okay, I'll dive right in. So Jake and Scott just talked about reports having to do with existing customers, right? But we, after talking with the sales team and after analyzing the customer data, we found that new customers were an entirely different animal. A sales team member, and especially the farmer, would go in and he'd have the mindset, okay, I want to look at existing customers and new customers separately. So this report shows information like the others, going from summary data to a lot of detail. In the top left, you'll see that's the new customer counts and fees chart. What that is it's on a company level, how many new customers does Brevium have for a given billing period? And in the blue, how many dollars were they charged in fees, in thousands of dollars? And so this is helpful because for the sales team, they need to know the status of their new customers as far as, are they being effective? Are they getting off to a good start? If a customer doesn't have a good experience right off the bat with Brevium, they'll be less likely to use it more and more in the future, right? And so you can see for the March 2015 billing period, we had a lot of new customers at Brevium, but they didn't make a lot of money. So that's a good indicator to the sales team to reach out, maybe provide more training, maybe do other things to help them be more productive. In the top right, you can see a chart, not based on money, but based on the usage of the product. So how many calls did they make? How many people did they talk with over the phone? And how many appointments did they make? We felt that this was also an important report to make because how much they use the product affects, of course, the bottom line, but how much they use it has a direct impact on their satisfaction with the product. If they use it more people are going to come to their practice, get treatment, they're going to be more. Finally, in the table on the bottom is a detailed list of all of the new customers for the current billing period, and includes information about calls made, fees charged, and this is the report that the sales team member would go to in order to identify specific practices to call. Okay, great. So Scott mentioned before our demonstration the solutions that we had, and these solutions don't only provide a technical answer to this problem that the sales team has, but has a direct impact on the business. First of all, it helps them make money, right? It's going to improve the bottom line. As customers use the product more, as the sales team is able to identify people who need it the most, they're going to be able to reactivate customers who are limping or inactive, and it's going to contribute to overall revenues. Another huge factor that it's going to improve is customer satisfaction, mainly because Brevium is going to be able to respond much more quickly, which is the third point on this list, improved response time to customer issues. I was on the support team, Jake is on the support team right now, and a lot of frustrations with customers came because we would find out about the problem a couple of weeks after they had the problem, just because it took the sales team a bit of time to figure out what was going on. So, finally, the sales team can be more productive. If they have better information, they'll be able to do their job more and more efficiently. So far we've just talked about benefits to Brevium. I want to just take a minute, and I know we're short on time, I want to leave time for questions, but I just want to take a minute to talk about lessons that we learned as a team. This was a really great experience for us. I want to start off by talking about, I guess, the importance of developing a good plan. We had a bunch of things that we felt we wanted to do. I worked at the company, Jake works at the company, Scott was familiar with the company, and so we thought that we had a good idea of what they needed. But in fact, it's really important if you're working with somebody to set a common goal, right? To know where you're both going. So after a lot of hours of interviews, a lot of revisions to our solution, we were able to come up with something that wasn't just something cool, but was something that the sales team actually needed, the company needed. Another thing is to choose the right tools to use. We talked about that a little bit. But the last thing that we learned is that in order to provide a solution that works, that will that will benefit the company, you have to build a bridge between the business and between the technology. Because we could have come up with something that we felt was really sweet, but if we didn't understand the business requirements, it wasn't going to be something effective. It wasn't going to be something that actually helped them. Finally, we'd like to thank Dr. Keith, the mentor.
This is awkward.
Dr. Masivri, thanks for setting up the server. All of that you saw in the demo was all on a server that Dr. Masivri helped us set up. And we want to thank everyone at Brevium for letting us do this project.
Questions?
Yeah. What questions do you have for us?
When do they start using it?
So we're set to deploy next week, Tuesday. So yeah, and we're going to start deploying on Thursday, but I don't want to say Thursday because it's probably going to take a little longer to deploy.
There's a couple little things we want to clean up
Yeah.
that we
But
found.
it'll be, if you remember in the technology slide, there's a server that they have that hosts the Brevium usage database. It's just going to be on that server and accessible inside of the company through the intranet.
We also had the opportunity already to present this to the CEO, who he loved it, and we're set to have a presentation with the sales team as well to show them.
So great. The thing I love is what you've already pointed out. Here we have companies that get so busy with their core competency that they don't apply those core competencies to themselves, and you're doing for them what they do for others.
Brevium needs Brevium software.
Right.
So I have a couple of thoughts here moving forward. Now, are you guys going to be rewarded in any way through you guys at work for putting this together?
Life lessons and experience.
All right.
Had a lot of drinks.
Anyway, if you were a consulting company and you were developing this and you weren't part of Brevium and you were looking for your next big payoff, here would be my suggestion. So I think you've got the right information. I think you've achieved what you set out to accomplish. Your measures are correct. I love that matrix that show it's the change that matters. That's a great point. If it doesn't get adopted right away, it's not going to be because you don't have the right information. It's because of it's going to be because of the usability of it. I'm a salesperson, and I know because I've done projects very similar to this with companies that were trying to improve salesperson's reports. And we made the most beautiful reports, but because it required 2 extra clicks to go from this screen to that screen, they wouldn't use it. Salespeople are the most finicky, and I apologize for the salespeople in here, but they're babies, basically. They make a ton of money, and anything that gets in the way of making money, they're not going to use. So there's integrating to SharePoint to make this really work may be critical. So if it gets deployed and not used right away or get pushed back, don't take offense or think it's because we didn't do the data right. Your data is correct. You're just going to need to find some ways to make it very easy, like I was pointing out, if you could make that a link from this number to this report.
Yeah, I think we never thought about that, and I think we might be able to do that.
Yeah,
linking it
things like
within
that.
it.
Or I noticed like the matrix, it was ordered alphabetically, whereas you really want to order excellent.
Yeah, we actually had that different at first. I don't know. I think it's when we updated the new database and we made some changes.
Okay.
There's a couple revisions because we had that. Originally it was. I just noticed it when we were presenting. It was limping or inactive limping average accelerant, and then that changed.
So little things like that, those can be polished up, not a problem.
Yeah.
You know this other. My next point, which we already talked about at the beginning of the semester, was the great thing about having this in SQL Server is that there are 2 features I would employ or use from the analysis services side of SQL Server. Their forecast tool and their analyze key influencers tool. Forecast tool you could do is you could actually forecast for each company exactly what their volume is going to be over the next 6 months. And so that tool will be really easy to add into this at some point since you're already in SQL Server. And that'd be, you've got the most important part done. That's kind of icing on the cake, So in other words, you can forecast if for that one company that had high volume and dropped, there could be some seasonality there. Could be that their entire office goes on vacation in July, and that's just how it is. So that company would not be flagged, and you could actually use that forecast tool to rate in order of importance. Here's my top 10 list, starting with the biggest red flag. This company's going to drop it in the order of likelihood that includes that ability to do it seasonality. The analyze key influencers one is another tool that would simply take into account the same type of thing. It's going to predict who's going to drop, but instead of doing it based on periods over time, it will look at other factors. Well, we can talk about it. But anyway, there's lots of cool room for extension, and I think what you guys have done so far is great.
Thank you. We're out of time. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Next up is Nathan Cooper with his corporate automated attack framework.
Thank you. Oh, that doesn't show up very well, does it?
It's okay.
Okay, well, a little dark, but are you ready?
Yeah, anytime.
Okay, well, so one of the things that, I guess, I don't know, my name is Nathan Cooper. I've been in information systems for a very long time now. And one of the things that I really love about information systems is that it allows you to take technology and apply it to real world business problems. And you can basically shove anything that you want into information systems and it will probably feel right at home. And so my project kind of reflects that in that it is the result of several different worlds kind of colliding. The main being security, business, and psychology. But one of the things that I like about security is that it, for one, is always present and it's a serious problem that needs to be helped. So I created this corporate automated attack framework with the idea that I'm going to teach people how to do simple hacking, essentially. Not just any people, but business people. And I'm going to teach them not to hack just anyone, but their own employees. So I'm teaching people, or teaching business people, how to hack their own employees with the idea that if they do that, the employees are going to be able to respond better when a real hacker comes along, and the business is going to make better decisions based on actual data rather than just, whatever their CSO or CISO pulls out of their hat. So why is this important? Because attacks are crazy expensive. Data breaches, on average, this last year, cost each company involved about $5.5 million per data breach. That's about $200 per record within the United States. So you imagine, even if a BYU bookstore was hit, the amount of damage could be catastrophic, especially since BYU bookstore actually keeps your passwords. So there's technical solutions to this, and they are everywhere. I mean, and there's a multitude of them. You can spend all of your money on them, do everything technically, and still you're going to be vulnerable because, unfortunately, the people are kind of the weakest link in the chain right now. And not just any people, not just you, but your users. They're the weakest link in the chain because if you spend thousands and thousands or millions and millions or billions of dollars on technical data, there is still this built-in problem. That's kind of actually not only part of our culture, but actually part of our genes. We want to be accommodating. We want to be liked. We don't want to be a pain, most of us at least. And the problem with that is that, all things said and done, this is a vulnerability that a hacker can exploit to get what they want. In fact, last year I went to a hacker conference called DEF CON, and they have this social engineering village where they actually have a competition, and participants are invited to come up into kind of a soundproof container, semi-soundproof container here, and they call up live businesses and try and get information from them, information that those businesses really shouldn't ought to be giving out. That would kind of make them more vulnerable to other attacks or could be sensitive in and of itself. And you know what? These guys are remarkably successful. Like, Kevin Mitnick was a popular social engineer, and he could basically social engineer anyone out of anything. He was extremely persuasive, and he knew a lot about human psychology to the point where he could just, you know, he could convince you that he was pretty much anyone. Now, again, the distribution of attacks is actually surprisingly high for social engineering, and I only see that going higher. As we improve our technology and our ability to respond technologically to attacks, again, people are going to become even more the weak link in the chain. Even if you take out all technical stuff out of that graph, you've still got a third of all attacks that are just wide open because you can't patch people. What do we do currently? The market right now for this is, I think, extremely weak. Basically what happens is you hire a penetration test team to come in, and they will, assuming that you allow social engineering within the scope, they will have somebody, you know, basically start calling up people in your corporate framework, and then as soon as they find somebody who's willing to comply with their wishes, you know, they check the box and they say your company is vulnerable to social engineering. Now that could be the first person that they called out of a company of 5,000 or 5 million. But that doesn't actually tell you a whole lot about your company in general. At that point, they then recommend that you go to some training. So send all of your employees over to 3 days of training where basically you can summarize their lessons with don't click things. And that's all well and good, but training typically only lasts about a month. From what I've seen, after about a month, people's behavior typically drops down to about what it was pre-training. And that's global. Obviously, you're going to have outliers, but that's kind of the sad truth of our very, very broken system. So that is due to actually several factors. A couple of the psychological ones, again, like I said, that are built into our system, is this minimization problem, where basically if there's something that is inconvenient to us, we will minimize its importance or its gravity. This is, you know, true of politics. This is true of dating. This is true of anything. We will minimize things that get in our way, essentially. In the words of Edward Felton and Gary McGraw, you know, given a choice between dancing pigs and security, dancing pigs are going to win every single time. Basically, anything that inhibits us from seeing those dancing pigs, so to speak, we're going to pretty much just ignore. Dr. Vance did a study with a bunch of students where they kind of showed that exact factor, where people were perfectly willing to ignore security warnings in the face of some very minor reward, or even in just the face of completing some task. They would just ignore them. They would then get presented with a screen that would show them that they were hacked, and they would freak out. That's essentially training right there. But again, your behavior starts to diminish after that initial shock. The study didn't go long enough to determine how long exactly that would be, but even knowing your own personality, it just diminishes over time. One of the other problems is called risk compensation, which is that the safer a system is perceived, the more humans indulge in risky behavior, maintaining the overall risk assessment or risk level. The problem is that in many cases, and that's just a psychological thing, but the problem is in terms of security, cybersecurity, information security, we tend to be overly optimistic about what the threat level actually is and how secure we are. We think that because we have our shiny firewall up, we can increase the riskiness of our own behavior. And the problem is that oftentimes that firewall doesn't do anything more than a paper bag would in keeping a hacker out of your systems. So ultimately, your risk is abnormally high for the given security. So what does CAF do about it? What does this corporate automated attack framework do? I have a couple of goals, but the main ones, like I said, are to provide business intelligence. So managers can make intelligent decisions about corporate security policy and the like, and to provide training opportunities for individual contributors and ultimately your endpoints, your users. Some fairly useless statistics and stuff are there below. But here is the overall framework. I have essentially two major components. There's this master server, who is the one who actually coordinates attacks. He's the real brains of the operation. And your administrator will essentially connect to an administrative interface that connects to the master, which then distributes actual tasks to individual slaves. And that's a degree of flexibility which no competitor in the industry currently has, and which means that you can do some really cool things like layer 2 network attacks and man-in-the-middle stuff that an actual attacker may perform against your users. Again, it's very user-centric. I created it to be a pluggable design, meaning I don't think that I'm the smartest person in the world. I can't come up with the coolest attacks. But I'm confident that given a little bit of incentive, potentially monetarily, other people can. So the framework requires that in order to create an entirely novel attack, all you need to do is implement 3 different interfaces or classes. And once you do that, they can actually plug directly into the system. It will dynamically load them, detect them, and provide those to the administrator to perform those attacks then. So the idea is to open up almost a marketplace for third-party vendors to create attacks that would help your business. So there's a whole slew of potential attacks, anything you can imagine basically. From man-in-the-middle attacks, you've got phishing attacks, HTTP tampering attacks. I don't know, I just get really excited whenever I look at all of the different vectors that you can attack people. I don't know what that says about me. I plan on using existing software. Like I said, I don't want to rewrite the world. In some cases, I've rewritten things that maybe intuitively, it seems like I should have used something existing, but in order to create greater flexibility within the framework, I had to write them. But that does not preclude the ability to use established mechanisms. The business intelligence portion of it, the basic idea is if I can tell what kind of difference a policy makes, I'm going to make better policy, just naturally, because it's not like business people, want to do bad policy. It's just that they don't have information. It's hard to walk up to an individual and say, how vulnerable are you to social engineering? Most people have no clue themselves, which actually is a fairly good indicator. But there was a lot of lessons that I learned, a lot of lessons. Going in on this alone, I particularly learned a lot of lessons. And the first one, though, I think is the most important. If you want to do something cool, you have to be prepared to be crazy. When I went and proposed this as my capstone project, I think the majority of the class mentioned that they thought that it was absolutely crazy. And I think that they were probably right. I think I spent 300 plus hours on it just over the course of the semester. And it's been quite the ride. It's been all over the place. The 80-20 rule, basically the idea is that 20% of your code or 20% of your task is going to take 80% of the time. And I was surprised. I felt like most of my time assessments were accurate when laying out my plan, but there would always be these tasks, 1 or 2 tasks in 10 or so, that would just cause me extreme heartache and be really painful to implement, and I just had no idea how to go about it. And you have to plan for that. I don't exactly know how yet. I think I got a little bit better, but you got to plan that there's going to be weird things that are just going to take tons and tons more time than they should. New technologies and strategies are really expensive time-wise. I employed several new ones in here, and it was really hard. I mean, I'm glad that I did. I learned a whole lot, but it increased the amount of time that my project required significantly. Fear of your project, you got to love it. You got to embrace it. I know a lot of people kind of were seeing it with trepidation as being, the capstone, no, but I don't know. I felt really good because I was happy to work on it. It made me really happy to work on it. Experts, wow. So I involved a lot of people, and including that expand your team thing. I went out, I created a couple of pilot programs here on BYU campus, and I found the right people by asking Trevor O'Donnell, who is the security expert essentially on campus, or he's the one who's tasked with keeping a lot of campus secure, specifically the data center. He helped me find them. Those people then helped me find issues with like my install. They helped me find problems with the application. They helped suggest things that would actually be way more valuable to them that I would never have thought of because it wasn't what I first thought of when I dreamed up the project. And ultimately, their feedback was extremely helpful. I had a coworker or two who would help me through really hard design problems. At least they were hard for me. Things where I just didn't understand the patterns to use. I would go and show him what I was doing, and he would look at it for like 5 seconds, and then say, well, why don't you just do it this way? I mean, that's how you're supposed to do it. And I would look at it and think, no, that's way too hard. I would go home and work on it for like 3 or 4 more hours, and then realize, no, he's totally right. That's exactly how I have to do it. Otherwise, I'm going to be spending another 2 weeks on this. The good design, that's fairly self-explanatory. Information systems, everything I do just makes me fall more and more in love with the discipline. I don't know, it's a godsend as far as fitting exactly what I want and what I need. So I'm very thankful, and just as a minute of appreciation, I wanted to thank Dr. Maservi and Dr. Vance and all of the other wonderful professors and administrators that have helped me, because it's been amazing, and I really do thank you for your dedication, because obviously I couldn't do it by myself, and you guys have been a big inspiration and a big help. So I guess it's probably demo time. Let me go ahead and pull up some of the interesting stuff that I've done. It's not very flashy. I'm not a graphical artist. I don't have a lot of talent in that area. But maybe you all understand, some of the underlying stuff there. And I'm going to have to actually switch around really quick here. So currently the method that I use to deploy it, at least in the pilot programs, has been a Kali VM, so that I don't have to build everything from scratch. But it's actually pretty good and straightforward. I have a Git repository that's private that basically all they have to do is download this. They clone the repository and build it using Maven, which pulls down all the rest of everything else. And then they start it up with a quick script. It has the ability of generating its own PKI structure very, very quickly, so that everything can be secure even from other pilot users. And then it utilizes potentially an LDAP backend for users and login, that kind of thing. And then you can also configure login here. So this starts up 4 different components that all work together. It's modular. So actually, when I was doing the Grad Expo, I was running the server on a computer at home. I had a web interface that was collecting clicks, also at home, but on a publicly exposed port. And then I had the actual agents on a computer in my office in Provo. And they all work together seamlessly in a unified system. Okay, so it looks like all the components are up. We then come to the machine. In this case, I'm going to just say localhost because that's where I am. I say yes. We know it's an untrusted connection. That's ironic, isn't it? Ideally, you would like to have your own certificate plugged into there, but you are fairly safe with localhost. But yes, the password is password right now. And you're presented with, like I said, I'm not a web designer, but a fairly sparse interface right now. You're allowed to go in and create users. Currently, we've just got one lonely little user here, me. But I'm wondering, anybody else actually interested? Would somebody else want to be a user? Okay, Derek Peck. Is that it?
No. Call me Killer Jorge.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, you almost had it before.
All right, do I do on a real email?
Derek@gmail.com.
Thank you, little sensitive touchpad. Okay, is that right?
Yeah.
All right, anybody else?
Sure. I mean,
Oh.
choose for the Gmail.
Okay, so we got a couple users here. You can come in here, and what we're going to do is we're going to schedule a new attack. Now, just to make sure that everything is kosher right now, we're going to do a quick an echo attack, which is essentially just a test protocol to make sure that all the plumbing is connected correctly. You know, are you there? And it'll go out, and for every agent, for every user, print out an echo statement on the agent and ensure that everybody's actually listening. Okay, so here you see the initial target. This is the additional information. So you see it's created a task for each of the users. And sent out a message to each of them. Now me, I will be there twice, or no, I won't be there twice on this one. And echoed it out. So looks like everything's good. Now we'll go ahead and make a new attack.
So Nathan, are you spinning up a new slave agent for every user?
Nope.
Or, you know,
Nope.
in this case, where did my info go?
In this case, your info actually got put right. Is this the, yeah, this is the agent right here. So the agent stays the same throughout the whole thing. The agent basically represents a machine, a single machine. What I do is the master creates a series of tasks which it hands off to the agent, and then the agent uses threads that are either in a pool or spins up additional threads to actually execute those tasks, and then reports the results back to the master. So there's actually work that I could do to improve that, and I plan to, like better thread pooling, that kind of thing. But currently, yeah, it doesn't.
So all of the messages went to the same agent and simply kicked it off for each user.
Yes, yes. So now what's happening is the web interface, when I do this, for example, phishing, which is what we're going to do here, that sends messages to the master and receives back information in order to populate the page. So this stuff all here is actually dynamically populated based on the attack. So somebody who is creating a third-party plugin, they could do this exact same stuff without ever modifying the web admin interface. So let's go ahead and say this is from Linda Connell, because she's wonderful. She was the CSR who actually initially helped me. And we're going to say it comes from lconnell@byu.edu. And we're going to use this internal BYU gateway, which actually allows anonymous relaying of SMTP traffic, which I was relieved to find out we had, because it allows me to perform this attack without having the CRF stuff stop me. So all I do is I go ahead and submit that attack to those 3 users. And you see, it initially comes back, as soon as the master says, I think this is a viable attack, it'll respond. So it's gone ahead, prepped the attack. If I do a refresh, you see, it's gone out and talked to each of, in each instance, it's sent the message onto the gateway. Now, if I don't add that gateway in, it will actually do its own MX resolution and send the emails to the appropriate mail server.
Nice,
Yeah.
because usually they don't require SMTP authentication for local accounts.
Right, for local accounts or even often remote accounts. Now I chose the gateway in this case because that way I can actually bypass, again, the SRF security that would normally mark everything as phishing. Now you should be able to open up your emails and get it. Now the email, oh yeah, go ahead. Go ahead and click on it.
Oh, it's a 10. Oh yeah.
No, click on it. Did you click?
I did.
Yeah.
So as a manager, I can now come in here.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. And I can say, hey, Tom Maservi clicked on my email. Oh, so did Killer Jorge. And that opens up an opportunity to come and have a good heart-to-heart with that individual and essentially reinforce this learning experience. Now, that email, if you read it, is completely ambiguous. It could be applied in almost any kind of circumstance as long as there's some kind of superior-subordinate relationship there. I have another template, which is, the templates are also pluggable. You'll notice right here that, hey, this is a friend. And so, again, doing some of the same kind. Let's see, Joe Schmo from, I don't know, jschmo at datacage. Oh. datacage.com. And let that just go and have it be as it is. So a third party could actually come in and create all of those. Oh, in this case, oh, it looks like BYU has, we didn't use the gateway. And so you'll see it's actually errored out on every single one of those, even though I got the MX records. BYU has stopped the traffic. But ultimately, you come in here and I don't have the full reporting infrastructure set up such that it can do this on an automated basis and create like a time-long graph. But the information is in the database, so you could do that manually currently. But ultimately, I have big dreams on making this essentially a tie into the existing reporting infrastructure of a corporation. They can see what their overall corporate threat level is at any given time and where is it moving. And you can have that based on a whole slew of different attacks against your entire corporate body if you wanted, or focus it on individuals. I'm working, or I have a potential partnership with Security Metrics, where they are essentially a reseller of this type of program, and they seemed extremely excited. And then with the pilot programs, I feel very, very confident that we can do really cool things with this. So that's my project. Hope it was at least moderately interesting, and I'd like to open it up for questions.
So can you report back on any of your pilot projects, the data, the success rates, or I guess commercially the failure rates of users?
Right. So with Linda Connell in the information systems, or actually I guess Marriott School, she was extremely helpful in setup and helping me to understand how another person would deploy this and what is not intuitive, what works, and what's really hard to do. But at the same time, she hasn't done a lot of attacks on her own against her own employees. Currently, entering new users is a manual process, which is why I was pushing for the LDAP integration. So I don't know as far as other attacks go. I have had attacks against my own coworkers, actually, at Novell that indicated that they were extremely compelling. I had one who was actually sitting across from me in the hall, and I sent it to him during a meeting. And I watched his face as he clicked on it, and then he got closer and closer to his screen and looking at it, and then refreshed it several times because obviously the email looked like it came from his manager, but then it did not go to a site that he thought was there. I had to flag him down and let him know how it went. But I can't but just barely imagine people not clicking on it, essentially. In the other pilot program, we're still working through some initial hiccups. For example, this website, for some reason, is not liked by Internet Explorer or Chrome. In fact, they'll say that it doesn't exist when I try and hit it. So trying to work through funny little issues like that still. But like I said, this project I imagine going on much more in the future.
To me, the likelihood of click-through is largely tied to context or spoof phishing attempts. And a couple things that I think would be extremely useful would be to be able to point, to, let's say, an IMAP email store suck down all the messages from their managers, and then, craft an email. Like, there's one message here on BYU campus I'd be totally susceptible to for spear phishing, because I fill it out on a monthly basis. It's a link, and I've got to fill it out, otherwise the students don't get paid. So, something like that, I wouldn't think twice about. And to automate the templates, you might consider, tapping into an IMAP or a mail server, and then being able to filter out. You could also get, I think even a spreadsheet upload for your users would be super helpful. So maybe not even full LDAP authentication, but just a step back, and that's pretty easy to
But yeah, we actually looked at
for the end user.
doing the import so that you could do like either a CSV or a spreadsheet kind of thing. And yeah, it's in the works. Like I actually have that stubbed out. I don't know if you can see it
You're good. You don't have to show us.
over here. Oh, I've got a little
Import.
thing for importing users. But yeah, ultimately I wanted to set it up to the LDAP as quickly as I could. Now there's so many things that I want to do with this. Like I said, I get kind of giddy just dreaming of it.
So one thing that I think, and you I guess, touched on a little bit earlier, was there are so many attacks out there already. Is there a way to automatically spin up or have your agent spin up, say, a social engineering toolkit or Metasploit, or use the code so that you're not having to reinvent that? All of that stuff's already there, packaged in those tools. But if you can wrap around those tools in such a way that you can automatically kick off, say, website attack vector, credential harvester, and then start sucking that and then reporting back through your agent simply a wrapper around that. I think that can be super powerful.
Within the agent code, it actually has the within the capability code. It has a function where it's just plain execute task or execute command.
And that's a
So-
local
Mhm.
command. Yeah.
So as long as you can create a capability. Now I did not tie this into the master, because every once in a while I get these creepy feelings about giving so much power to a single administrator to perform malicious attacks at the click of a button. But it's in the capability, so that if you install a capability that can do this, and in this case it would be like using Venom or some existing framework that can be executed from a command line. If you can execute it from a command line, you can run it here. And so you could create a capability that does it.
Awesome.
So what do you currently use in this framework? So you showed set, you showed Metasploit. Do you actually use those, or those potential?
No, those are potential ones. I was going to be using, since it's just SMTP, I was going to use just postfix and like send mail and have those commands relay back. But I realized that postfix and send mail are actually, they're designed more for reasonable use or correct use and less about spoofing emails. And so I actually rewrote some of my own SMTP code using Java's simple mail libraries that allows me to specify whom I want to say it's from. So I don't have any third-party ones used in there yet. I have code stubbed out for a man-in-the-middle attack that use ARP spoof, but not currently running with that yet. Anything else?
Can you tell me more about the field testing? So how many employees did you field test?
So I don't touch the employees. I've not touched the employees. I leave that up to the CSR for them to do, because they're much less likely to lose their degree or something over
Smart man.
something like that. Originally, Linda has done a little bit. I don't know to what extent. She seemed a little bit more anxious about running the application without me there, which is one of those things that I really wanted to get over, because I see that as being a reasonable hurdle to adoption, is people seeing this as an attacker tool and not wanting to get into trouble, not wanting to mess up things. So trying to figure out novel ways of getting over that. But so far, I don't know a whole lot so far about the pilot experience as far as actual attacks. My experiments have been really, really funny. One of my coworkers made a mention the other day. He said, "Oh yeah, and if you get an email from me, it's actually probably from Nathan."
Other questions? All right, very good. Thanks,
Thank you.
All right, I think we have a break until 3:30, at which time we'll have Tom and Michelle and Nina present.
So initially, I had the landing page that you go to when you click on the link. It used to say, it's like, all your emails done been worked or something. But Linda provided the very helpful comment that if she was going to be sending that out to faculty, she wanted perhaps something that looked a little less scary.
Yeah. That's great.
It was quite enjoyable to work with them, and Linda was extremely accommodating, very, very helpful. Yeah, she's absolutely fantastic. And originally I was way scared about the SMTP attacks because I knew that there are existing mitigations for those and that BYU had them in place. And so I was really surprised to find that we had a really easy backdoor, right? And all you need to do is be on campus.
Thanks so much for coming. Appreciate you guys coming to see and support. It's awesome.
So how is like a school party before you guys go off to your areas? Yeah. We should. I will say yes, but that means you should see Gabe. Gabe is so fantastic. He's so fun. Really? Yeah, he just says crazy things all the time. They're like, either really insightful or like,
Where did you even?
completely absurd.
Thank you so much.
The other day, I think I'm a genius. Yeah, maybe you are.
Well, babe, everything I have is on the calendar, so work with these guys too.
Nice job, David.
Hey, thank
That was
you.
a ton of work.
It was fun though. It was a ton of work, and it still is. But
So it looks like where it's set, you need to have like local instances running, but this could have lots of slaves running it. You can do this on a really large scale.
yeah, that's the hope. And what I want is to be able to create a more viable attack framework by having like named web addresses. Because some of the email filters, for example, it seems like they must assign points to fishiness of an email. And one of the ones that I know Gmail marked is that if the email has a link that points to an IP address, then that raises the fishiness level.
Yeah.
Now I was looking at different companies, and I was really surprised on some things. Like at Novell, the SRF protections are there, like they have values for them, but then it's open to like everything that's like 137.65 everything, which is like the entire internal network of Novell. So all you have to do is be somewhere on campus and plug into a LAN jack, and you can send out whatever you want. And in their case, it was really funny. I was working with the developers to get it fixed, but if it believes that it recognizes the email, then it'll even put the person's picture on it, and so it becomes even more intriguing or more I don't know, more authentic looking.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Cool. Let's see.
Yeah, I got about half as far in the project as I wanted. I spent about as much time as I thought I would, but I only got half as far just from weird things coming up and eventually real life coming in and kicking me. But it's been crazy fun, and I see it as being very extensible. And I mean, the guys at Security Metrics, they're like, you know what, why don't we bring our penetration testers in? We'll just have a big pizza lunch or something and brainstorm. different attack vectors. That would be cool, and find things. I'm like, yeah, I've done that, and it's so fun. Different things that you can, just, I don't know, some statistic pleasure.
Coach Grant. Super impressed by Meta. That I grew up in my work, I was working at Security Metrics. Now he's a sales leader. That's awesome.
Yeah, I'm supposedly pretty much their beauty of sales. But I'm excited. I mean, at this point, to me, it is to the point where you provide value. Not a lot of value, but it's small thing. Sit down and have a conversation. But we also have it automatically, cycle through different.
Does that show up on your?
And then just show overall your entire corporation. This number of people versus this people.
Yeah. Projects tend to become bigger very quickly.
Some of them, like, I had a good initial design. I had a good initial design. It's like, I really think I should have to be SSL. So currently, the only way to send commands to the master or to the slave or to do anything like that is if you have one of the internal PKI certificates, which I generate and they stay on the machine.
Yeah.
But like making that switch initially went really well, and I found out that the method I was using more for force job to so it didn't work with web interfaces in general. And so I was like, oh, I gotta go fix that now. And like some of the assumptions I made were just like, oh, do this. And then it all the time, like, this is going to take 10 more hours. And I'd stand up, walk around the house 3 times, pull out a piece of paper on it, and I'm just like, this, 20 minutes later, I'm done. I'm like, yeah!
Oh, those are the days we look for.
It's somewhere else.
Where are you presenting now?
So I have a business launchpad class, which was one of my last.
Yeah.
And so I'm actually making a business out of it, and I actually present in that class.
Nice.
As well.
Stack them up?
It'll be much abbreviated because it's like an 8-minute presentation.
Oh gosh.
So I have no idea what I'm
Yeah.
I don't know if it's going to be super interesting for them. I'm going to probably start with most stuff and then I've not created the LLC entity. I will do that before I can sign or before I will sign contracts. Because I don't want I do have a website which I was concerned about how much of the information in my project I wanted to put up there because I was still working out like rentals for patents and stuff. But now I've talked with patent lawyer because of them, and I think that I can probably set up a bunch of content information there.
Sweet.
Yeah, I'm excited. Part of my class, I was supposed to get like $1 in revenue, so I'm going to see like $3.
Do I have a bun?
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Oh man, I'm sorry. I have failed you.
He already got it up.
Yeah, that's right.
Click that link. Oh, that would be funny.
We got those all the backdoor stuff.
I had $50 in here this morning. Shouldn't have clicked that link.
Great.
Wallet goes.
So what are the presentations that are happening at 3:30?
The Women in IS one, and then we have Scott Henderson's Mind Crush, and then Garrett Brain's Time Tracking. Yeah. Not sure.
It's on the report.
Yeah.
I certainly have one. And the most fantastic, I got laid off today, which was awesome.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, it was actually semi-planned. Because I've already got a job exclusive.
Yeah.
But since I
So you get severance?
I got severance.
Oh,
civil
yeah.
tuition,
Yeah.
reimbursement, and we'll get bonus.
Nice.
And I don't have to work for this.
It's not on that.
It's not on that.
Yeah.
So I may go and talk with the security measures and everything and see if they can do some of that before I lose it in the world already. Yeah. Come in. Oh, no, about how we.
Oh, I see.
They want me to. They want me to be there yesterday.
Yeah,
That's good.
they go to the cruise park, you know?
I hope you get fired. Thanks. Yeah, this will be the biggest check.
Cover your tuition.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, they know your graduation date, Sean.
Hey, what are you guys looking up?
Parts of the world? Yes.
Yes.
Whoa, that's good.
Or even May 7th.
Okay. See if you can find out what's on our schedule.
So on your business presentation.
Thank you. It'll be way fun. It's gonna go way over there. So I'm trying to figure out what in the world I'm
Just smile. Throw out a few things so we can close. Yeah, just show them like a credential harvester attack. Yeah, be like, okay, let me do the money. They've been awesome. I mean, this really is the best part of my job. The days where I get to come and see, all the awesome things and really the culmination of the last several years for the students. I love it. And we have varied projects, but overall they're just excellent. When people and the students put in kind of that consistent time. So they've been great.
Good, yeah. Is that all day today and all day tomorrow?
Yeah. Today I had a couple breaks, tomorrow there's less breaks.
I said tomorrow schedule's like Wednesday, another Wednesday, Tuesday.
Yeah. Just packed. So we head out for the AIS competition and leadership conference on Thursday morning early. So that's why we had to stack them up.
Yeah.
Where is that going to be?
That's going to be in Tuscaloosa, Alabama. So that'll be fun. It'll be great.
I never about so it's good to go there.
Yeah.
Like
It's a nice town. I interviewed with them when I graduated from college. Good time. Nice, really nice town. And, I love the sun and the people. And really interesting. Yeah, it'll be fun. It'll be interesting. I just looked. We start at 8 tomorrow. Go continuously till 4:30. I better have like a burrito in my office or something. What's that?
order pizza.
Yeah, that's right. We'll figure something out. Protein shakes in between.
Yeah.
That's right.
This is professional.
That's right.
Well, kind of. We're going to go down to Arizona and spend the day with Lisa's brother on our way moving. And then after we get to Texas, we're going to go to the East Coast.
What?
Yeah.
What?
Well, I think we haven't actually bought the ticket, purchased the tickets yet, but we're planning on. flows over to New York and DC.
Have you used one of those different? Like that big
No, because yep, and then in August, my brother's got so we were going to go to Chile. Yeah. Instead, we're going to they're going to come back and then all together we're going to go to yeah.
So what do you
That's great. Which is crazy. But it's like, we started June 1st or the end of the summer. We start June 1st and then, like, then we'll actually people on us.
Right. Vacation time.
Yeah.
Options. Do you first in the summer?
So,
It's kind of weird. Like, I don't know why you would like vacation summer and then. I would put you less than me right now.
oh,
Yeah.
so you're in July, but you're leaving right after graduation.
Well, cleaning starts our beginning year, so.
Tana.
Yes.
What do you do like after graduation?
He wants to get us all together.
I'm like, have to be at my apartment the 25th. It's like the day after graduation. That's you too?
So 3 times.
Gosh.
It's gonna be great.
Yeah.
Don't forget, well, we have I'm in the midst of planning it with Michelle, but we have a graduating party on our second reading day. Yeah.
Wait, let me put that in my calendar. Do you know what time?
2? Caroline has it on that email. I think it's 2 or 3. It's one about the MISM exit surveys.
Oh, nice.
Exit interviews. Oh my gosh, surveys, interviews, oh my god, all my stuff.
Using celebrating.
Yeah, I don't know about Carol, just grab it. Yeah.
Oh, it's just like most
So, yeah, Excel would be important.
Oh, this is my first.
I guess I'll just try that. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Did you want to do Sure, you're pointing up on this.
So we can use the clicker. No, let's just do it during while she's talking.
Screens are still loading the screens.
Yeah, I did that with you.
Yeah. Compare that to an object property.
Yeah. We should just rewrite that. There's movies we could watch.
I mean, we just, either way.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I do right. And I, no.
Yeah.
At least it's not that one.
Okay, don't. How do you do this?
We're looking for volume.
Yeah. Yeah, I did that as well. Why isn't it working?
Oh, yeah.
I also did that.
Oh.
It's so funny, Elder Holland's, the clipping, I refer to that as having a bat. If you don't have a bat, then you'll like Lee's brother was there, he wasn't planning on having a bat, but he had a bat and they had to.
That's sweet. I had the same thing with the other sister who's been back.
Oh, you like it.
Dr. Missouri, have you been having people have volume today? We can't get it to.
Has anyone pulled it up on this computer and used the volume?
No, everyone's been using their laptops, but I think it'll still work.
We wanted to use the clicker.
Yeah, but I have a clicker back in my office. Do you want me to run through it?
We just can't get this on mute.
Yeah, I guess. I'm not sure I can help you if you've already clicked the button. What is it called? It's called the.
Yeah, I wish you put everything up, control F keywords. Does it take photos and is it like written or
Computer?
I'm not sure. You want me to grab my clicker?
Yeah. Is it one I can put? Oh, that'd be great.
So then, yeah, then we can plug in.
Yeah. Oh, wait, nice.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
No, we should do it last. You just kind of mix them.
Oh. I mean, you should.
Well, it's just crazy that access of distribution is always something.
So we just need the audio right now.
It's okay.
Show it off. Is that good? Do you want me just to keep it up?
Yeah, sure. Are you good to switch it back? Yeah. I'm just start running these minutes very quickly. Oh, it's all your emails?
Yeah. So you'll have to escape to get out of it, and then you can click on it, Evelina, if we want to pull it up again.
Either way.
Why don't you click on it first? So what happens is you go to this slide, and like I'll click through, and then this will show up, and you click on that.
So why don't you close the other one just so it doesn't play over it?
Yeah.
This one's on pause. I say you keep this one up just in case.
I just get worried sometimes when you reload. Like,
Okay, send it.
Okay.
So I'll just crease that one.
Okay.
Oh.
Just AX. If you want to just maximize it, and test it real quick.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking also like the access to yeah, tomorrow afternoon, I think we're going to do here after I've been doing it.
I'm just in this room all day tomorrow. So we'll
Oh,
find
are
a
you?
time.
For
I'm not sure.
Sometime March this spring.
Yeah. Got this advisory submit. I'm looking for an IRB.
Oh, no.
Maybe they don't want to hear
All right, so the format's gonna be 20, 25 minutes. You can take questions during or at the end, however you want. It's basically your show, so.
Do you want to do during or at the end?
If you have a dying
Cool.
question during, yeah, sure, raise your hand so we can.
All right, fair enough. You're on any time you'd like to be.
Okay, we're so excited to be here today. This is a lot smaller than Intex, but for some reason I'm more nervous. So I'm Michelle Hill and Tana Black and Nina Lang. Most of you probably know us. But the title of our capstone project and presentation is Women in Information Systems When Passion Becomes Your Career.
Alright, so starting off, we want to show you some stats. So first, we have 50% reduction of female students enrolled in the IS junior core this year. And because of that, it really raised our awareness of what can we do. And before we dive into what we did, we have some potential assumptions of the causes. The first one is maybe that's because the mission wave haven't ended yet. We're once the girls are back, we're gonna have more female enrollment. Another reason might be because just people don't know about information systems. And that has improved based on our case studies. Like people just don't know this major exists in the merit school. Another reason, which is like the one we really concern about, is IS-201 is no longer a prerequisite for most of the majors in the merit school. And based on our case studies, like we found out that most people who join into the major, they found their interest while they're taking this class. So this is really hurting us. And another reason may just be a fluke, and we're hoping this will be better next year. And we did some surveys to the low-level IS classes, and we have over 1,100 responses. So we just want to present some really interesting stats. So the first one, as you can see here, based on all the response we got, only 34% of them are females, which means that the female enrolled in the IS prerequisite are really low already. And another question we asked on the survey is let the students rate their interest in majoring in information systems from 1 to 10. And as you can see here, the females' interests are really, really low. It's only 3.47. And to make it more interesting, all the people who rate their interest higher than 6, which we assume that's the kind of interested in majoring in information systems, only 22% of them are females, which really raised our concern about like females need to know more about major. And another question we asked in the survey is that if they agree or disagree with the statement that IS is the best major for males. And the good thing is we got really low percent of agree, both from males and females. It's like 2% and 5% like agree with this statement. And for females, 42% of them disagree, but for males, it's kind of interesting, it's only 27% of them disagree with this. So with all that, we really want to find an opportunity to help the major we really love to enroll more female students. And we fund this opportunity by using our capstone projects to promote more female awareness of the major. So we also create our mission statement that is just to help us along the way to make sure we're doing what we really want to do. And we hope to eliminate the stigma. We hope to reduce the intimidation of studying a STEM major for females. We hope to promote the important role of female in both the tech field and the workforce. And we also hope to convince more female students to major in IS.
No, thanks, Nina. So our high-level deliverable is essentially a pilot program based on our experiences that we've had here at BYU. And our hope is that we can, share this pilot program with other universities, and they can use it to be inspired in their own promotion of women in tech efforts on their campuses. Our pilot program was divided into 5 separate different initiatives. The first one was a promotional and informational video based on women in IS experiences. The next was presentations, as Nina had mentioned, to every section of the lower IS level classes and prerequisites. One is we sent letters out to all female freshmen, exposing them to the program and introducing them to information systems. Another one is we did some volunteer work to help them contribute and see how other organizations in our community are contributing to this great effort of promoting women in technology. And then our final event was a big and grand Women in Tech event that we held here on campus. So our promotional and informational video, this was our first initiative that we started and completed, and it It was a blast. It was a lot of hard work. There's a reason I'm in IS and not a filmmaker. A lot of literally like pulled all-nighters, but we had an incredible time working with each other with our passion for this video. Working with Kyle Longhurst, who's a junior course student who spent an incredible amount of hours editing the video. And then with all of the women that we interviewed, it was an amazing experience to see their passion. And ultimately what this video demonstrated was why passionate women in information systems can really make a difference. Our video was an AIS competition finalist, and it got over 1,000 views in the first 2 weeks. What we did is we interviewed current IS women, and many of the girls in here were interviewed. And we asked them, why they chose IS, what their journey and their path was, and why they were passionate about it. And we also had the opportunity to reach out to alumni and to see how their IS degree was impacting their careers and also their everyday lives. These interviews, aside from just the video, we hope to save them as a full-length interview for content for a future website, a Women in Information Systems website. We've even conducted more interviews since the video for future girls to have a resource to go back and see how did some girls, why did they choose IS? What was their journey? Why did they think this was the degree for them? And then we did a lot of promotion through all the major social media sites, blog post news stories, and we did show this video to every class presentation. So it's been exposed. I hope a lot of you have seen our 5-minute version, but we did make a more condensed 2-minute version that will play for you right now.
I am passionate about information systems because it's the backbone of our future. It makes me feel more confident about myself because it gives me freedom.
The technologies are always changing, and that's just fascinating to me
because it gives me skills that I can use to work from home. I love working with people to solve real-world problems, and I love technology, and information systems is the perfect blend. I really enjoy solving problems, working with teams, and really getting to the crux of how to make people's lives better. Information systems is the degree for you.
A lot of what I do is taking either a technical risk and translating it into a business risk, or taking a business risk or a potential security threat and translating it into how can we fix that in the code.
Honestly, I did not think I was cut out for such a major. I was a complete novice to coding. I figured if I was going to be in school for a long time, I might as well do something that was challenging that would keep me engaged.
Information systems provides a track to go into security and forensic and hacking and all these things. They're just what I always dreamed about doing in my life. I'm so glad I have the chance to do it right now.
Tech companies are wanting more women in their companies and in this industry because with that diversity of thought, anything is possible. Women are amazing. Go women.
Passionate women in information systems can really make you.
Don't you all just feel empowered? I mean, I may be a little biased, but that video, we have a lot of people that are like, man, I should have done IS, or why didn't I do IS? It was a great video. We're happy to be a part of that. So the IS presentations, we were invited to help Gov Allen with the presentations about the program to Accounting 200 sections, the big ones that are in the JSB. And we had such a great experience and a lot of great feedback that we decided to condense that presentation and take it to all of the prerequisite IS classes. 101 or 110, 102, 201, 303, and we even took it to a career exploration class, and that was a great experience. Here's a great picture of Michelle and us at one of our 201 classes. For this presentation, we had a fun demo with VBA. What we did is we sent out a survey beforehand, and that surveys would generate a lot of the data from the stats that Nina showed you. And they were enticed to win a cool prize, and what the VBA code did was randomly choose a winner and then text their phones if they were the grand prize winner. And those prizes were because of the donations of SkyWest Airlines. And from this survey data, it was great for us because not only did we have a fun way to show what IS is, but we also grabbed some great analytics. Let me just click on that link. This is an example of this survey we sent out. This is when we sent to 201 class. So all basically they're the same. I mean, we tell them like when a prize come, the phone number and stuff will carry is for the VBA part. But then we ask questions like why did you enroll in this class? Was it just for prerequisite? Did they know right then and there that they wanted to pursue an IS degree? Like when and how did you just hear about IS? How would you define information systems? And then our question, the interest from a scale of 1 to 10, and then the is agree, disagree, is information systems best suited for males? Like Lena said, we have over 1,100 survey responses, and we gathered a lot of great statistics from that to see the perspective of the information systems program before they really enter into the Marriott School. This is an example of some of the slides we have in our presentation. We show them like typical great IS careers. This slide was great because we were able to showcase the amazing companies that grads have gone to, and students were really surprised and excited that there's such a variety of companies up here that all recruit from our program. And this slide was probably our most popular because it showcases our very reputable and high salary and placement statistics. A lot of students didn't know that IS does have the highest average starting salary in the Marriott School with the exception of MBAs. So it's cool to show that information to them.
Okay, so a next big initiative that we did was we wrote letters to all female freshmen. So you'll see this letter over here on the right. Actually, it might be interesting to see the back of it. What it did was it walks through some of the pros in the program. The program for you, and these are all the great things that IS can offer. It also included some resources, so like Caroline's email address, as well as the link to our video and the link to the new IS website, and just all the information that they might need. As you can see, we delivered it to every female freshman dorm, and we also emailed it to every off-campus freshman female. So we hope to get total exposure and that most, or if not all, girls would see this. And we also feel like this is a great thing that maybe might be able to be sustainable, so that if the department's able to send these out, that freshman girls will be able to see and hear about the program right away when they get to BYU. This is the back of the letter. It might be hard to read up here, which is why we wanted to pass them out. But we wanted to be a little creative and to kind of show them maybe what IS is and just give them a little bit of a glimpse. So you've probably seen these before on Facebook or wherever. They're pretty popular. You start with a question at the top. So our question is, what should I major in? And then it pushes them through decision points and kind of forces them to the end. So the first decision point is, do you want to love what you do? So there's two options. The no, obviously, is going to take you to, of course you do. And the fun thing about this chart is most everything, if they answer no, pushes you to, of course you do, because who doesn't want to have a high salary or be guaranteed a job? But if they answer yes, it pushes them through the rest of these, and we'll end up down here. And the last decision point is, do you want to learn how to bridge the gap between business and technology? That's really the definition of IS. It's really the crux of what this program is. And so if they answer yes, it takes them to yes, this is the major for you. You should really consider looking into it. And if they say no, we still push them an IS route, and we tell them to go take 201 and find out and learn more. We also participated in a lot of hours of volunteer work. So we, on the left here, you'll see us at SheTech. And what this is, it's an event held at UVU, and there were over 900 high school girls there. So it was a really good opportunity to just go and network and mentor these girls and kind of talk to them about STEM degrees and technology, and to kind of tell them what our path was and how we ended up where we did. We felt really strongly that this event was great to go to because it got us outside of BYU. And it helped us to see how the community is handling females in tech and just the importance that this initiative is across the state and obviously everywhere else. And then on the right here, you'll see this was more of internal volunteer work. So we went to the Women in Business major shopping event. So if you don't know, I'm pretty sure most of us do, but that event just invites females to come and to learn about the Marriott School and all the options that are here. So we got to, as part of that, man the IS booth. And that was a really fun, quick-paced, great opportunity to talk to just as many girls as possible. So at the booth, we passed out those letters that you see. There was a big stack of those. We gave away swag, and we also just answered any and every question that girls had. We were very open. We just kind of wanted them to get a feel for the program and to see our passion. Also at this event, we passed out these flyers, which you can see over here and here. We wanted to invite them to our this is kind of the crowning moment of our capstone. We had a big event, and it featured the 6 Sisters Stuff bloggers. They're pretty famous. They have about 500,000 followers on Facebook, and they get about 5 million unique monthly page views, which is pretty significant. So we brought them to the Tanner building, and we did a ton of advertising. We felt like this was really key because we just wanted everybody and anybody to come to this. So we passed out thousands of flyers, gave them to all female freshman dorms. We also had booths in the Tanner building, the Wilkinson. We stood outside devotional. We did digital signage. We also sent this through Dr. Anderson, our mentor, sent it out to all the other STEM colleges across campus. And we also had a lot of help advertising it from Women's Services in the Wilkinson Center. So it was very helpful, and I think that really helped us out a lot. Another key to this event was we secured sponsorship. So AIS really helped us out a lot, but we also got some sponsorship from Chiasma Business Consulting. That really enabled us to be able to give away the iPad mini, and we also had a lot of refreshments, and we just were able to make the event enticing and fun. And the great thing about this, it was really fun to see how much passion the CEO of Chiasma had for this. He was all in. I mean, he was completely supportive. So it was good to see that other companies are really, truly interested in this. So here's some fun pictures at the event. It just kind of shows you our attendance was great. We were really surprised and quite happy with it. We had a full house. We had about 150 people that attended, and they were engaged the whole time. People stayed after, came to ask us questions, came to talk to the Six Sisters, who were very gracious and stayed a while to answer those questions. So the event we consider to be a really big success. And then here's just another fun picture. Those are the two of the Six Sisters on the left over there. And this is Hans from Chiasma. And then we also had Courtney come, and she spoke for just a couple minutes about her experiences in tech. And we really felt like she was very relatable, and that it would be good for girls to see where they might be able to be in a couple of years. So throughout the hundreds of hours, literally hundreds of hours we put into this project, we learned a lot of good, important lessons that we can really take with us, I think, wherever we go. So one of the key ones is to use your network. We went through a lot of dead ends and had a lot of unreturned emails before we started to just think, okay, who do we know? Who would be interested in helping us? So every bit of help we got, whether it was through sponsorship or helping us with the video or the presentations, was all from people we know. So that was huge, just to learn to use your network. The second one was quality is often better than quantity. So we really went into all of the presentations to all the classes with the mindset that we were there to even just help the one. We weren't super concerned about having all 1,000 people just be thrilled and want to come join the major. But if we just had a couple of girls, which we usually did after every presentation, come talk to us and ask us more questions, we really felt satisfied. I actually had a girl run up to me in the RB. She said, I recognize you from my class. I saw you present. We actually had a couple people get 5 presentations because they're in every prereq. But she came up to us and said, I'd love it if you'd come sit down with me and answer some questions. So that was huge for us. We just felt like, okay, this girl was not interested before, and now she is, and we're pretty sure she's going to apply now. So it was just some really good feedback.
Yeah, another lesson we learned is that support from department really helps. At first, we get so many advice and the mentor from our professors just lead our way into our project. And we also, knowing that our flowchart and letter of 2 freshmen and our projects done is going to be used by the department, that really motivate us to provide high quality work. And we also got invited to present in the IS advisory board, and knowing that just makes us really want to motivate us to do and produce high quality work. And another lesson we learned is that teamwork can really make high quality results. So we have a really great team here. 3 of us, we always meet in the late night and just put our work together for hours. And we all come from different backgrounds. So we get a chance to just share our opinions and exchange different thoughts. And by doing that, as a team together, we were able to make our deliverables on time and make sure they're all high quality.
So politics and red tape, when implementing a big initiative such as this, we had to learn how to navigate through the communication channels of different organizations, such as the Merit School, it's External Relations, or AIS, WAIS. Sometimes when we ran into dead ends, it kind of forced us to redefine our deliverables and what we wanted to implement. Really, it just taught us to be flexible. We were fine. We saw in the environment that we have, how can our motivation, our passion create a great product at BYU. And it was a great lesson for us to learn in this capstone. And the last one, passion is key. As you can see, like through our whole capstone project, passion has been the general theme. The passion we have, not only for information systems and for our capstone, but for, showing and exposing other girls to it. The passion that the women that we interviewed had when they answered our questions and when we interviewed the alumni, the passion from the faculty members in the department that really helped us out and helped us to achieve our goals, and the passion from the female students who came up to us after our presentations and said, this is really cool. I never would have considered this. Like, why did you do it? Talk to us. I mean, really, through the trials, but also through all the successes, passion is what motivated us, and passion really is what kept us through. And passion also is why we love information systems. So we surveyed our capstone class. I hope a lot of you took this survey. And on a scale of 1 to 10, we asked you how satisfied you were with your program. And the score was a whopping 6.8 out of 10, which shows and proves that once you're in the information systems program, it's an amazing degree. We have amazing faculty, an amazing program, great opportunities within while we're in school and then outside of school. And our purpose for our capstone project was to expose that to everyone else out there, so they had the same opportunity to learn and be impacted by information systems as we did.
Any questions for us?
Any questions?
Yeah, Brianna.
So you mentioned one of your big initiatives was to try to create a package for other universities to potentially use. What sort of efforts have you guys done, and have there been any interest, or what have your results been with that?
So kind of this whole thing is our pilot program. So we're going to come up with kind of an executive summary and say, here's what we did, here's what worked, kind of generalize it so that they can implement it. We actually haven't reached out to anybody because
we wanted to wait
to create it.
Yeah.
So we wanted to create it and make sure we were having good results first. But
we didn't know how to approach this. It kind of was cold turkey, and we learned from our experiences. But
so if you take it on, you can do that next year.
Spread it on.
Yeah, Garrett.
So there's kind of this stigma that technology is like a boy's toy, and when girls are young, it seems like they don't really get into the technology as much, which I think is probably hard to overcome later when they're in college time. Did you find that to be true with when you went to the high school, and how did you try and overcome that kind of mentality to help the girls realize, this is everyone can be part of this, it's a great major for anyone?
So our experiences, I had never programmed or coded before IS2 or IS110. I think Michelle is the same way. Nina was a little more technical. We shared that experience a lot. Even I remember sharing that 201 wasn't my favorite class, but there's aspects that I loved about it and that I pursued those and turned to love and found why I loved IS. So I guess we really marketed or really promoted the fact that you can open a different door and find a you there that you didn't know existed. And when we were at the high schools, it was true. I remember talking to one girl who was gung-ho computer science, and I was like, well, do you like business side? And she was like, oh yeah, that'd be so cool to work with business and do this. And I was like, well, have you heard about information systems? Are you going to BYU? So I can see where you're coming from there, and I think of our own personal experiences, and that's why the video is so important, is because there were a lot of us who didn't really program in high school.
We also, the letters, it was kind of the purpose of our letters. So we spent a lot of time with Dr. Anderson and Dr. Romney, just kind of honing in, what are the things that women want to see in this program? And that was the decision point. So working from home and being creative and things that we thought women could identify with to pull them over. Yeah.
So 2 questions, and they're kind of tough questions, but I think they're important. One, how do you measure the impact of your efforts? And 2, you obviously have done some pretty incredible things. How do you sustain this next year, the year after? Do we need people to do all this work that you've done again? Where do we go from here?
Yeah, we've thought about this a lot. This has been on our mind at 10. I think there's a couple answers. First of all, to measure it, it's hard to measure this now because we can't really see the effects of this until—
We wish we had a survey after our presentation.
Right, or to see if the numbers increase at all in the program. So maybe we'll check back in and see. But honestly, one thing we really went off of is how many girls come talk to us after the presentations, or how many girls just showed genuine interest. And it was actually really huge. It was more than I was expecting. So we were kind of gauging off of that. In terms of making this sustainable, a lot of the stuff we really tried to generalize so that the department wouldn't have to change it every single year. So we've turned over a lot of our stuff. So the letter Caroline Thorne's going to be using, the video we're going to kind of hand over, the interviews are going to hopefully be put on some type of Marriott School website that we're still working on. And we've also had interest from another capstone group for next year that might want to kind of come and make this totally sustainable from here on out.
Yeah.
So just a real quick follow-up. Do you have the email addresses or at least the phone numbers of those that participated in the survey? Could you realistically reach out, maybe have a little incentive for them to participate, but ask that follow-up question kind of after your presentations? How likely are you to major in IS? I bet you'd see a bump.
Yeah, that's a good idea because we do. We also, at the Six Sisters event, our little tickets for the giveaway drawings, we put on there, like, if you're interested and want to learn more, like, leave your email here. And there were quite a good number of girls who did. So we should. That's a good deal to do a follow-up survey on that. And then we hope that we use these same presentations next year and that if they do the same survey, maybe the results will go up a little bit.
Yeah.
Sorry.
What would it take to take this initiative at an international?
So you're thinking big.
We were really worried about that.
So if you're to leverage the
That's
AIS,
Yeah.
not just this local structure, but international.
We were really worried about this initially last semester when we were planning it because BYU is so different. And we do think that there's a different aspect to the female opinion here that might not exist in other universities. So that's been interesting. So I don't know the answer to that.
I mean, we're hoping with this pilot program, it's a framework, right? So, I mean, we're hoping that we take it to AIS, like, I mean, the final chapter, maybe they can help us with ways to go international. That's a very good question that we should reach into.
And it's a question that I've asked you to include in your final report.
Yeah.
The kind of list of how do you do this, because we all have a vested interest in doing this, not just locally, but also internationally. We have the connections to help it.
And that deliverable is kind of focused on it will maybe through AIS channels is the best way because they kind of understand AIS and we can kind of talk through them through that angle so we have some common ground. Whether it's, get a VP over females in your AIS program like we have. So yeah, that is definitely what our pilot program and deliverable will be. Yeah.
So out of all of your initiatives that you did, which one do you think was the most popular or the most outreaching?
We have different opinions on it.
The video, the letters.
Yeah. Each one of them is like somebody's baby. So everybody feels different about it.
The video is my baby.
I really felt like the event was really, just because we got so many random people from everywhere, I felt pretty strongly about that. And Nina did a lot with the letters, and I don't know what.
This is what I see at our capstone project. Our value that we brought is we tried a lot of different, the event, the letters, the video. I mean, a lot of different things that you could put inside a pilot program, and we found that they worked. The next iteration to kind of produce the longevity of our efforts is to maybe get a committee that's in charge of it every year. We already have exactly what we presented to the IS classes. That really doesn't have to be changed. I mean, numbers need to be updated each year, but that's already set in stone. And the video, I hope that lives on forever, not just because I'm in it, but we don't and we tried to make it as, as timeless as we could. So, which one is the most powerful? Going back to your question, Brianna, the video, I think at the beginning was great because what that did is it helped us see our passion for it and where our project was going. And then it also convinced others, like the men in our program who may have doubted us at the beginning, just kidding. But some other, the faculty members, they saw wow, this can make a difference. This is powerful and impactful. But the letters, those were really fun to write, and it can be used not for even more than just females. And Nina's did a lot with the statistics of our surveys to kind of see where perspective was so we can use that to move on.
Yeah, we're hoping that will be helpful for the department. We're just going to kind of give them our huge pivot table and they can just pull a lot of stats and see what's been working and what hasn't.
And with everything we did, I feel like they each approach to different aspect of the female students. So altogether, it's probably the best result.
Yeah.
It's true.
Yeah.
What kind of budget do you think next year's team?
Yeah, that was hard too because we really just committed to just kind of going with it and figuring it out as it happened. But we ended up getting pretty substantial sponsorship, and I think that was helpful. We also put some of our own money toward it. I don't know. Yeah.
Talk to you later.
Yeah. I mean, there's.
Mine is pretty fast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So around 1,200 there. I mean, yeah. Mm-hmm.
So, yeah,
That was it.
So there we go.
Yeah, we tried hard to kind of, like Skywest Airlines gave us some stuff. Tana's dad works there. So we really used our network to try to just get people to give us stuff.
And going back up to your question, Reserve, about like measuring the value, another thing was we didn't talk about like our Six Sisters event. We we planned on we have 50, that'll be great because it's more than the one we did like 2 years ago with the other blogger. We had over 140. That was way more than I ever could have imagined. It was packed. So, I mean, maybe that's just because of our awesome.
Standing up in the back because the few seats that were open were kind of down in the middle or whatever it is.
Yeah, and I mean, attribute that to our marketing efforts or to the video or to our passion. I mean, something works.
And a lot of that was volunteer. So like Kyle Longhurst put in I don't even know how many hours to help with the video. So in terms of budget, things like that, if you can pay someone, you can.
That's true. Nathan Dudley helped us out too with the presentation, and so a lot of that too is volunteer. Back to this passion. Everyone who helped us had passion for it, so we got a lot of great help.
Yeah.
All right, very good.
Thank you.
You bet. Great job.
Level 3. Come on. Wait, novice.
Sorry if I asked me. No.
Should we sit at that time, Dr. Survey?
Yeah, right in front of the phone.
The survey stays
I didn't realize that I didn't spell your name. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't get auto-corrected to miserly.
Yeah, I was like, I'm not sure how to interpret.
I didn't even notice. I didn't even notice it.
I hope this works. I tried it earlier.
I bet you.
And it should. I just don't have one of those connectors that goes directly.
Worst case scenario.
Minus 5%. Yeah.
Worst case we can hook this up.
The minute you're late, they're sending you off.
Do these plugs back in work?
200 hours later, I got to see.
Oh, I don't know. I don't have that. So, and then I normalize it to kind of each evaluate to roughly, like if someone else says everything's super awesome, I'm saying that person just judges that super awesome. So if you really want me to think something super awesome, judge something super awesome, and one is like terrible. I'm just kidding.
So Scott can be. I just bought this jacket, that's why I'm wearing it now. I'm just looking for an excuse to wear it.
Looking very nice.
Doesn't have patches all over the elbows. Oh no. All right.
I don't know.
Is it whirling? Is there a whirling thing? Okay.
Oh, you have a dongle there.
Yeah, I got it from Tana, who just left.
Which we don't.
Signing up, huh?
What am I doing pointing at that? Oh wow. How do you turn the volume?
On the little.
Oh, it's on this thing.
It was a bit of an undertaking, but.
I got a contract between HBO and Apple.
Good timing.
This is it, guys. Yeah, let me just make sure.
Greatest presentation ever.
Let me just make sure it works.
Oh, the invitation here. We're now going to watch this and take it free. I guess it's not rated R.
I like it.
Did you see It's much too much of a feel.
It wasn't actually, because the guy, something.
Is that like a lumpy?
I also don't like the
Yeah.
stupid side about like the Logan movie and the guy dies at the end. I see those.
So you don't like any movie?
No, I like just
potential ending could be good or bad.
It's gonna be crappy.
Come on.
Every time he goes on vacation, somewhere the family gets killed.
Ah, there she is. Okay, cool.
But we're not gonna get there.
Any questions?
Done? It's on, Scott.
Okay, so I don't have two people, so I don't have someone clicking here for me, so I'm going to be moving.
You're moving quicker.
Is it odd as it work?
Yeah.
Sweet.
Go. Yeah.
Does it need to install anything?
No, just exit out of that and go again.
Okay, cool. Okay, so my capstone was to do an iPad game, and the reason why I chose to do it is because I knew very, very little about it. I never prided myself in being very good at programming, although I always like secretly enjoyed it. So I wanted to learn a little bit more about it and kind of learn a new framework with SpriteKit, and that's what I did. My inspiration was, this is actually an old game called Mine Trap. My game is called Mine Crush. When you go through and see, when I show you my code, it still says Cave Crush because I haven't changed all that into. Once you've started a project, to change the name takes a lot, so I haven't actually changed the name yet. It was originally going to be Cave Crush, but I changed it to Mine Crush. The reason I did that is because Minecraft is a huge thing, and so when people search for Minecraft, that might come up in the searching, and then when people search for Candy Crush, for Mine Crush, it might come up in the searching as well. That's why I did. Anyway, so this is an old game, and you'll see it's kind of similar to how mine looks. Another one that was an inspiration was Load Runner. It's kind of similar. It's not a side scroller. It's just that's the screen that you see, and so that's the scene. It doesn't move. And then the other one was Donkey Kong. It's kind of, these are games that I used to play when I was younger, and so that was my inspiration for creating this kind of a old school feel game. And so I'm going to go through the learning process because I'd taken a Swift class, so I've learned a little bit about the Swift language. But SpriteKit is a whole new beast. It's a completely different framework using the Swift language, but I didn't know anything about it. So first thing was study the SpriteKit framework. And there's things like collisions when objects collide. There's things like contacts where you don't want them to collide, but you want to trigger something when they just touch each other. Physics engines, implementing things like gravity and forces to push in different directions. Body types, you give each sprite or character a certain body type that you can then use when two different body types contact. Then you know which two body types have contacted, and then you know what to do after that. Game scene, and then SKS files. SKS file is actually something that I didn't use too much. Well, I did, but in a different way. I'll explain that a little bit later. But the second thing is I had to learn how to use Xcode with SpriteKit, because Xcode has its own built-in way to drag and drop sprite nodes and that kind of thing. But one of the biggest things is that, oh, that's in the next slide. What I had to do is I had to figure out how you created nodes and physics bodies, and then how to place those nodes on the screen. So if you imagine you have your game and then you have your scene, how do I put everything where, and where does it go? Do I have to do that programmatically, or can I drag and drop and move them that kind of way? And so using SpriteKit, the built-in way that they have it's pretty young. It's not really advanced to the level right now where it's good enough. And a lot of the research that I did, most people when they're making games, if they do it through Xcode, they don't use that. They use a different way of doing it, which is what I did. And that is that I realized that Xcode needs work as far as SpriteKit is concerned. So I used a different program called Tiled. And so Xcode interface doesn't support the assignment of custom classes to sprite nodes, and a sprite node, that is actually your character. So if I have a character on the screen and I've created obviously a custom class for that character for all its interactions and everything that it does, I can't do that on the interface. And so that's why I decided not to use the interface. It just wasn't worth my time. So I used this program called Tiled, and I just want to briefly show you what that is. So that this here is, can you see it? Is the contrast good enough on the screen? So you can see all these little different tiles. So this is like a blank one, and then I'll bring up mine the way that mine looks after I did it. So right here you can see that these are all the objects that I've got on my scene. And this, if I click on it here, over here you can see that this is a ladder. And then over here, if I click on each one of these, you can see that these are floors over there. And then right here, these circle things, these are gems. And so the reason that you do this is so that when you save this file and you export this file, it's basically an XML file, which has the physical location on this screen of this particular object. And it also has the name of the object. So for example, this is a floor, it has that name as a floor. And so when I pass through this file, this XML file, I'm able to say this, every time you see a floor object named floor, place it in the position where this object says and give it these characteristics. It's a lot easier to do it that way than just to drag and drop all these different sprite nodes onto the Xcode way. It just wasn't clean enough to do it that way. So this way was a lot easier. And given that I have to assign custom classes to these objects programmatically anyway, this was just a lot easier way of doing it. Okay, so let me go back here. So fifth thing that a kind of learning process was I had to learn how to pass through the file and lay out the scene. That wasn't that difficult, but it was just learning the way, like how to actually do it in what order, because it's very specific on order when it comes to SpriteKit. And then the sixth thing was just begin experimenting with adding my logic to the game. So that was kind of the learning process that I went through. Now I'm going to kind of go through a demo of the game. Just bring this up. I need to get my, actually, no, I don't, sorry. So, okay, so I'm gonna recompile it in a minute to show you a few different things. But right here is my game, and I've got the picture in there. So it says Cave Crush, but I will change it later to Mine Crush. So, oh, actually, I need to change the input for the sound so you can see the sound. I don't know why it's so. There we go. Okay, so this is just like the menu sound. But I have settings here where you can turn the music off and on, or I can turn the sound effects on and off. I'm just going to leave them both on. Everything's not fully finished in the sense that I don't have sound effects for everything yet. I have a little instructions scene here where it kind of just shows the aim of the game is don't die and collect all the gems, and then it just a little bit explanation. Shows you the controls and a few things. Like for example, over here, when you dig, it'll respawn after 5 seconds, and then you can walk back over it. Or once you dig, you can hit it again, and it'll automatically fill in. And then I have dynamite that you can throw, and when it hits the enemies, it'll make the enemies freeze for 5 seconds, and then you can walk past them. And then here's just the different enemies and kind of what they do and how they hurt you and that kind of stuff. So that's the instructions. Let's go on to the actual game. First of all, I'm going to pause it. So this is the game scene. I know it kind of tinted the background, but right at the top, the outline of the gems, those are the different waves that you have. So once you've collected all of the gems, that's the end of wave 1, and then you move automatically onto wave 2. It'll pause for a few seconds and reposition the enemies and reposition you back to the starting position. You can dig through these floors like I showed you on the instructions. Once you dig through it, you can fall through. It won't hurt you if you fall through. The enemy can fall through, and it's just a way of just avoiding the enemy. You start with 3 lives. The score is obviously 0, and then you have 5 dynamites that you start with. When you get to, I think it's wave 4, that's when the first dynamite will spawn so that you can collect more dynamite, and then extra lives will spawn kind of as you go through as well. So I'm just going to go through the first level and just show you how it works. So I'm going to unpause it. The background music's really quiet. Can you hear it? Yeah, you can hear it. Okay, so as I'm going, collect the gems. It might freeze a little bit just because of the connect. Actually, it's pretty good. So that was this little guy pops up every time you collect 10 gems. So the point is just to basically avoid them and not oh crap. So he threw a rock and that hit me. So after a few seconds you start again. So you start with 5 dynamite, but you don't want to use your dynamite straight away because this is a very easy level. Every time you complete a wave, an extra enemy comes. So you'll see now that we'll get to wave. It's so loud. Okay, so wave 1, and then this little extra enemy here, and he's still there. So I don't know why I'm showing you this when you can see that. But, so the snail, he only moves when you're on his level. So when I go down, he'll stop moving. Tricky. And so on the bottom level, you can't dig. So if he were to fall all the way down and get to the bottom, then you can't kind of dig to get past him. You'd have to have a dynamite left, or you'd have to go back up the ladder and go round. So I'll show you what happens when you have the dynamite. Then you can walk past him and he doesn't hurt you for 5 seconds. So that really is the game. That's how it works. You just keep going. And you see, once I passed the first wave, the gem got filled up there. So it shows you that you've collected those gems and you passed that wave. So that's the game in a nutshell. What I want to do is I want to show you each enemy and how they work, but I don't want to just sit here and play the whole game. So I'm gonna stop here. I'm gonna advance the level to.
And so the difficulty raises simply by the number of enemies that appear
on
the board.
Exactly. Yeah.
Have you considered other aspects for making it more difficult, say the speed of the enemies, or?
So that's another way you can do it. Some of the enemies are faster than others and that kind of thing. But I made the game, right? So I know like how the logic works and how the enemies move. And I've tried to get past level, I think 8 is like the furthest I've got. And I've tried a few times. I could get further probably, but it's pretty tricky. It gets pretty hard. So let me just stop that music. Okay, so right here, I need to switch this. So when I'm going to advance the levels, but when I advance it, I'm going to advance it to level 7. But when I advance it to that level, it's not going to be full of all the enemies because it's a progressive thing where when level 1's over, you add this type of enemy. So when I show you what this enemy does, it's not going to have all the other enemies that have accrued from that point on. I just want to show you like what each enemy does. So I'm going to go to 7. Actually, I think it's 8. And then we'll run it. So you've seen the little, he's called Little Golem, the little guy who chases you all around, and then you've seen the snail. The snail is just, like I said, he only moves when you're on his level. Oh, that's the wrong one, obviously. Sorry.
So how do the enemies know where you are and stuff?
So it's a pretty simple algorithm where what it does is each enemy is consistently looking for your location on the screen, and what it'll do is it'll say if he's northeast, go up and to that northeast, go up and go that way. If he's northwest, go up and go that way. If he's south, go down and go that way, and it just chases you.
And you said that at the time that they
Man.
say start the ladder.
Sorry, I keep doing the wrong one. So from the beginning of the game, that enemy is constantly looking for where you are. And so if it's a snail, it's just if you're on the same level as I am. If you're west, go left. If you're east, go right. And then this guy, what I'm about to show you, he's called Big Golem. He's pretty big, and he doesn't actually hurt you if you walk past him. What he does is he'll I've got it set up for every few seconds. He'll hit the floor, and so each 3 of those will fall down, and it's the tile that when it hits you on the head kind of thing. That's how you get hurt. And so you can imagine when this is full of lots of distant enemies, it does get really hard, especially because you only start with 5 dynamite, and that's the only way to really freeze them. And then the other enemy I have is a rat. I'm not going to show you because it's the same as the little guy who gets you everywhere, but it's just a little bit faster. So when you get to level 1 is, he's called Little Golem. He'll chase you. Then it's a pink snail, a blue snail, then a rat, then a pink snail, a blue snail, then a little golem, then a pink snail, a blue snail, and then the big golem, and it goes in that order. So the screen ends up getting pretty full of enemies, and it's pretty tricky. So like I said, the point is just to go as long as you can without dying. You can, but you have to hit 2 floors through because he's too big to fit through just the one.
Can he climb the ladders when he gets to the bottom level?
No, he can't. So he stays there. Okay, so going back. So for me right now, I only made this because it's my first time ever doing it and learning how to do it. I only did it for iPad. I thought, given the nature of the game, that an iPhone might be too small, the screen, to be able to see everything. But since the iPhone 6 Plus came out, now I think it probably is big enough. And so the next step, the first thing, the next step is to put it on the App Store just as it is. And I have a date in mind of around the mid to end of May for that. So pretty soon, there's just a few things that I need to fix first. One of them being the scoreboard. I haven't got a developer's license yet, and in order to implement Game Center, I need to pay for the developer's license. So I'm going to do that and get that all implemented. The second step is to do it for the iPhone, because now I think it's good enough. And that won't require, as far as I'm aware, that won't require creating a separate app. That'll just require going in and making it dynamic so that it knows whether it's an iPhone that it's installed on versus an iPad, and then creating the spaces and the sizes and everything a little differently. Then if it's successful, if people like it and if it's a game that people enjoy, then maybe porting it over to Android. And then finally, this is something Dr. Maservi talked to me about. I'm thinking about maybe doing some sort of tutorials out there for people who want to be able to create games but have never done it. The tutorials would make it an easy way for them to be able to learn how to do it step by step. And then a few lessons learned. I think I needed to have a clearer picture of what I wanted to end up with at the start. I had a lot of ideas on how the game was going to work, and to be honest, my ideas were different to how it turned out, and that's mainly down to I didn't know how SpriteKit worked, so I didn't know its capabilities or what my capabilities with SpriteKit would be. So I had a few different ideas on how I wanted the game to be, but I changed it to make it easier for me to create it and still achieving kind of the end time of finish it by the end of the semester type thing. So if I had a clearer picture of how SpriteKit worked and how I would be able to use it, then I think it would have been a lot easier and I wouldn't have had to change a lot of things as I went. Next thing is, depending on the complexity of a game, there are a lot of third-party softwares out there. One of them is called Stencil. It's basically a drag and drop thing where you don't have to write very much code at all. It's really just drag this character here, give it an image, and tell it the logic on the side by clicking options. So that if you want to make simple games fast and quick and easy, and you don't want to kind of do too much code, then that's an easy way to do it. And it also allows you to be able to port it out easy to iOS or Android. And you can do that kind of with a click of a button. So just depends on how much depth and how much logic you want to go into the game as to whether you want to write it from scratch or whether you want to use one of these tools. And then the third thing, focused on my strengths. And by no means am I saying that programming is my strength, but it's definitely not artwork. So originally I was thinking about making my own artwork, and I decided that that was not the way to go. So I found some artwork online and purchased it with licenses to be able to put it into the game. And that's where the artwork came from. So overall, it's been a really, really enjoyable process. And for me, I guess the biggest thing that I learned is if you're going to do something like this for a big project that you're going to have to spend at least 150 hours on, pick something that you know you're going to enjoy doing. For me, I really enjoyed it, and it was a lot of fun, and I learned a lot. So that's it. Any questions?
Great job. Any plans for monetizing it?
So honestly, yeah, definitely. There's a few different ways you can do that, obviously, with upgrades. I could do different weapons, different enemies, different speeds, that kind of stuff for monetizing. I could do the old school way of just putting ads in there, but that's kind of old, and I think people don't really like that as much. And given that it uses most of the screen, I don't really want anything at the bottom when they're kind of pressing the buttons or by accident they click on something like that. And then obviously there's the other option of just charging like $1 per download or something like that. And so I haven't actually decided which way I'm going to go with that. All I really want is to get the $100 back that I spend on my developer's license. That's really all I want, and because I've just enjoyed doing it so much.
There's a game on my phone I had to delete, so that's when I switched to balloons.
I've no. Maybe you shouldn't tell me.
And sometimes though, I rarely spend money, but sometimes when I reach a level and I know I'm gonna start all the way back over, I'll pay to try that level again.
Yeah, that's a good point. So I could get it to the point where they die and say pay $1 for an extra 3 lives to keep going. Or something like that.
So you can start at level 8 again.
Yeah, that's good.
Another question. Have you thought about changing the ladder structure, so from level to level? So
yeah, that is something I could do.
Looks like this, and the next 5.
Yeah, so
snowing on.
Let me tell you why I haven't done that yet. And yeah, I didn't want to show you too much code when I did my project, but so this game scene right here, this is where all the code is, and it would require. I guess it would be easier than I'm making out, actually, because all it is this file. This game scene creates all the code, and I originally the reason why I didn't do that is because originally when I first started, I thought I would have to make multiple game scenes, but in fact I wouldn't, because all the game logic remains the same. The only thing that I would have to change is this file right here, which is this file. And so all it would be is per level basis, pull from this file to pass through to go through all the different objects and then create a different scene.
Is there an ability to change the logic slightly? For example, make it slippery with snowing.
I could, that kind of thing could be implemented, but that probably at first thought would require a separate file, but it could still be done. It would just be a lot of copy and pasting of old code and just changing a few things, but it could be done, yeah.
Or inheriting from
yeah.
Did this capstone project make you passionate enough about, I guess, mobile development that's going to be your next side hobby even when you guys are the big?
If my wife will let me spend time on it, then yeah, it definitely will. Because I really enjoy it. I mean, I think it's really fun to sit. Just the simple fact to say that I created this game, and I personally, even though I created it, personally enjoy playing it. It's like, I think it's cool. So yeah, and though there's a lot of simpler games like this, I think that even though this looks simple, it had quite a lot of logic because it's a lot of chasing mech algorithms and going up and down ladders. That alone is pretty tricky. But there's a lot of other very simple games out there that all you do is like Flappy Birds, whatever, you tap the screen. And so the logic is just really, really simple. And so yeah, it's just coming up with a good idea with a simple design that I do want to keep on doing it.
Have you dug into Unity at all? I've been digging in myself the last 3 or 4 weeks.
Yeah,
it's so awesome.
Yeah.
And I think you'll find that there's facilities in it that make it so nice, and associating a controller with, you know, a specific sprite, and so it interacts in these autonomous ways. And
yeah, the only things with it, the Unity that what I've done is just watching Derek from what Derek Peck's been doing with his, and I think it is really, really cool. I mean, I think it's a different audience that you're looking at, because some people don't really like the whole 3D game and that kind of stuff.
With
So
Unity, you can do 2D or 3D.
Oh, really?
And
Okay.
for 2D, there's some great tutorials out there for doing what you've done,
Okay.
similar to what you've done here.
cool. Yeah, I'll look into that. I didn't know that. I thought it was purely a 3D thing.
The great thing about it is it's cross-platform.
Right.
You know, you do have to pay big bucks if you want to take away their intro thing, but
Right.
enough people are leaving.
They know what it is,
You're
yeah.
not going to be, you know, understanding that.
Right. Cool.
Very nice.
That it?
Very nice. Garrett's up?
Clickers.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yes, this looks interesting.
Yeah, it's kind of a lot of drag and drop stuff. Looks pretty easy.
So it's Stencil the type of thing where I can create a little game in an afternoon.
If you already know what you want the game to be, then it's possible. Yeah. And Professor Gaskin, you know Professor Gaskin?
Yeah.
He does a lot of that. He doesn't use Stencil, he uses a different program because I think he does it for Windows Phone. But he does a lot of just creating games like that. So if you want to learn about the drag and drop softwares, talk to him about it. Sorry.
No, you're good.
That's right. But he did use the Elvis market for games.
I'm trying to find some new grass, some things, and have fun.
Have you seen, it shows like the next slide, so you know it's got.
What is that on?
It's just PowerPoint for Mac. Yeah.
Church on Saturday, and I did clean church on Sunday too. There you go.
We ready to go?
Yeah, anytime you like there, Garrett.
All right. Well, thanks for coming to my presentation. As you can see, the name of my project is Time Tracker, and it was created mostly by me. And I'll explain what the mostly is in a minute. But so the business problem, why I decided to do this, was basically the company that I work for, Red Pepper Software, we needed to upgrade our time tracking software. We have an in-house website basically that we use currently, but it didn't have some of the things that we wanted it to do. So basically I talked to my boss, and he's been wanting to do this for a little while, and he couldn't pay us on work time to work on a non-billable project like this. So when I told him I needed a project for school, he was happy to get the free work done. So anyways, that's why I chose this project. This is what we currently have. You're gonna see it looks pretty similar to what I have. I upgraded, I did the UI a little different, but this is what we're currently using. And then the reasons why we want to upgrade. For one, the technology that we're using, it's a pretty old app. It's built on .NET, MVC, and it's just, we wanted to upgrade. We wanted to be able to have integrate with our management or our project management site that we use, which is called I forgot the name. Pivotal Tracker. You may have heard of it before, but we use that for our project management, working on stories and projects. So we wanted to be able to integrate with that to be able to choose what story we're working on, and then it'll automatically write back to that website so that others can see when we've logged time to that story. And then finally, another reason is we wanted to be able to create this RESTful API for consumption on mobile apps. We are planning on, right now, another coworker of mine is building an iPhone app that consumes the API that we've built. And, I am planning on eventually getting to create Android, or possibly do like a Xamarin app to do kind of cross-platform, just because I'm interested in Xamarin and want to have something to learn with. So we wanted to create this RESTful API, and we didn't have one in the old system. And so we decided to take advantage of some of .NET's new functionality with, I'll show you kind of the technology that I used for it. So these are the technologies that I took advantage of. SQL Server is the database that we're using. As you know, well, if you've worked with .NET, you know SQL Server is a cinch to work with. They really like to use their own products. So I use C# on the back end. Web API is kind of the framework. It's just a really simple way to create RESTful endpoints and be able to call those. It's the back end stuff. AngularJS is a JavaScript framework. Probably most of you have heard of it. It makes it real simple to data bind. So when you're getting back that JSON from the server, you can just use that as a JavaScript object and go from there. So it makes it real easy. And there's also a lot of things that like directives that allow you to just kind of put in your own HTML tag, custom, and then it'll kind of build that out for you, which is really cool. I looked into creating one, and you'll see. I'll tell you why I was trying to create it, but I wasn't able to implement it. But I hope to be able to by the time the project's done next week, and that's really what I'm going to be doing this week. HTML obviously is and then CSS. I use Bootstrap for the look and feel. You'll see, it's pretty bootstrappy. All right, so here's the demo. All right, so I'm going to show basically three different types of users. There's users that just normal users, not admins, that don't have an API key, which is what Pivotal Tracker gives you to be able to connect to their RESTful API. And then I'll show you one with a normal user with an API key, and then I'll show you the admin kind of user as far as that. So API key. All right, so this is just a normal user. His name is no API key. It's very descriptive of him. And anyway, so this is the kind of the layout. Let's see, you guys can see that all right, right? So up top, it shows what week we're working on. Obviously, today is the week of the 6th. That's Monday. And then it shows your timers. Currently, this user doesn't have any timers for this week, but I'll create this timer. So they choose a job, and basically a job is a customer that we're working for. I should probably explain too, the reason why we use this is because we're a software development company, and in order to be able to bill the customers and have them be able to see how much time we've used on their project, as well as for my boss, who's the CEO of the company, to
be able to understand how long we're taking on projects and use us wisely and do some of that kind of stuff. He wants to be able to see how much time we're taking. So basically, a job is one of our clients. You choose, whichever client. I'm going to say BYU, and the category would be maybe BYU Information Systems or BYU Accounting. They can have 0 to many categories. If, for example, I was working for BYU and it's just BYU as a whole, maybe they don't have many categories. But some companies like to kind of divide and tell, okay, we're working on this part of the project, this part of the project. So if they have a category, you have to choose a category. You put in how much time you've taken, so 1 hour and 15 minutes. Billable, that's whether or not we are billing the client. Sometimes we work on fixed fee projects, and so we need to be able to discern between whether that time was billable or not. And then as you see here, it's just requesting a note. When we get to the API key, you'll see that they have a choice between choosing a story or choosing a project and a story from Pivotal Tracker, or just putting in a note. Because this API, or because this user doesn't have an API key associated with them, they don't have that option, so they just have to put in a note. Is a note. All right. So you save that. And then another thing that I wanted to show is just in case you accidentally are adding a timer and you don't need one, you can just cancel. Okay, so if we go back a week, we can see last week's timers. They have their billable time. I don't know if you can see that, it's kind of small, but 5.67 hours. Their other time that's not billable, and then their total hours worked for the week. So that's pretty simple. Let's show you the API key user. All right, same deal. As you can see, PT project showed up. It wasn't there on the note API key, and then it says note story rather than just a note. So you can add. Let's add to Tuesday. Same thing for them. Working for U of U. U of U only has one category. Add a timer. So the point here is that the user, because they have an API key, they can choose, say they're working on a story that they want to link their timer to. They can choose a story, and let's say it's UWCD core. And these are all the stories that are I'm going to show you real quick just that site so you can see. I can show you kind of what we're looking at here. So this is CUWCD, which is a company that is our client. And then these are some different projects that they have. So I just chose CUWCD Core API on there. And these are the stories that we're looking at. So as you can see, what it pulls up is any story here that is either not started, or finished, I believe. Once you deliver that, you can no longer put a timer on it. You have to do it manually. So you just add a file migration, and there it is. All right. So, and then of course you can edit a story or a timer. So say instead of U of U, that was actually UVU. You can edit there and go from there. All right. So now we're going to look at admin. This is the fun stuff. Okay, so as an admin, you're going to see that we have now a new column, user. So admin can see all the timers for all the users. And when you create a timer, it defaults to you, so you can create your own timer, but you can also create timers for others. The API key that is used when you're creating a timer for others is just your API key. Considering you are the admin, it assumes that you have basically all the stories that you're going to need. So we'll cancel that. Same kind of thing here. You can see it shows all the timers for each user. And what you can do for a normal user, all you can do is filter by job. So you can see basically how many timers you use for BYU or UVU. In here, as an admin, you can then filter by user and say, okay, this user has done this much work for BYU, basically. And it shows how much time they've used on that project, total and billable and other. Okay, the next portion is just a simple admin area. They can create users, update users. Here's the updated, this is the no API key user. The password originally, I am sending it back from the server as a hashed password. I'm going to take that out. I was thinking about that this morning, and I decided that I didn't want that in there, and that they can change the password, but I'll just check to see basically if it's a null. If it's empty, then I won't change the password coming back when they update it. If it's not, then I will change the password. I just didn't have time. I didn't want to change it today, knowing I had this. You don't want to do that. But anyways, so you can, as you can see, you update first name, last name, and then you can also update the roles. So we can say this guy is also an employee. Sorry, I have that. And then come back here. You see he's an employee still. Same kind of deal for rates. What a rate is basically we bill $110 an hour, $130 an hour, however much an hour we want to bill, and each job is linked to only one rate. So I don't know why it's coming in like that, but anyways, it's looking kind of weird right now.
So you build the same for every different role on a project?
Say that again.
You build the same amount per hour for every single role on a project?
No, this is
different roles for different people.
No, yeah, we basically, when we create the job, or we link a job to a rate. So I think in the system right now, all the jobs are set to 110 an hour, but you can go in and you can even create custom rates.
So a junior and a senior developer would be.
Oh yeah,
right?
Yeah. We don't really have. We're a pretty small company. We only have 6 developers at the time, so we don't really have like junior developers, or we're all kind of the same at this point. But yeah. And then the last is the jobs. The edit screen is not finished, but that's coming up. Okay, the last thing I wanted to show is this reports section. If you look, this is the total build hours for each user, the total non-build hours, and the total hours. And then you can also choose which month. I noticed a bug today. For some reason, it's not bringing back the right totals. It's taking all of their timers for April. But if I go into it, so let's go back to March, you can drill down into Atom Admin and see, okay, he's worked these jobs for this and this category, and then you can see basically, what denominations, whether it's build, non-build, or total and total. So yeah, that's what I have right now. Let's see. Get back to the. Okay, so what I learned, the major learning on this projects has come from AngularJS. I'm really not a front-end guy. You probably noticed I pretty much just stuck Bootstrap in there and let it do its thing. But AngularJS, I had to really understand and learn a lot about Angular to be able to kind of get it to do what I want, understand some of the frameworks that we're using as a company, and such as an example is REST Angular, which is a framework for Angular that allows us to make REST calls easily, different things like that. So I learned most of my time, I think, spent on the project, I'd say more than 50% was used learning AngularJS, really understanding the ins and outs of how to use that. And there's still a lot to be learned that I don't know. Entity framework, code first. I pretty much knew it somewhat. I had used it a little bit, but mainly the projects that I've been working on at work have been using Postgres, and they don't really have like the code first migrations. And so I was able to really learn a lot about that, understand migrations, and I mean, there's not a lot to it, but I was able to really get my hands in and understand it. CSS look and feel, like I said, not a huge front end guy, but this project really stretched me as far as because when I started the project, I didn't know how much of the back end was written already. We had a team of Indians that had done some of it. And then they stopped. And so I didn't know, I didn't look at how far it was. Turns out the back end was, there's pretty much all the basic endpoints that we needed. I was able to go in and create the extra ones that I needed, but a lot of the back end stuff was done. So, which turned out to be good because, the Angular took me a lot longer than I had expected. And the front end, I was able to really grow and learn as a front end developer rather than just kind of in my element as a back end developer. So that was really good. And then finally, full stack development, being able to go, I've always just worked on one piece, whether it's back end or whatever, but I was able to really work on, make it look good, get the data I need, write the endpoint that I need for that data, figure out what I want to do on the database, and just kind of really be able to have full control over what I wanted to do and how it was going to be done. So what's next? Work on the mobile UI. Right now, it kind of is a little bit scrunched. You can't really use it that well. So really be able to allow for users to go on their mobile device and be able to update their timers from there, since it's a big part of the world today. Connect to QuickBooks. That's a major thing that we need. In order to be able to do all the billing and payments for the developers. So that's going to be pretty much the next step I take.
So I did some 15 years ago integration, and the quickest, easiest way is just dump it to a CSV file that then QuickBooks can pull in.
Right.
And all the details are a little foggy as far as the projects you have to have set up in QuickBooks and that.
Yeah.
I mean, that would be super simple.
Right. Yeah. That's it's. I think I haven't really even looked into it, so I don't even know like how it is, but that's good to know. My boss has done it before, and he told me it's something similar. So as soon as this is not live yet, we're not using this yet, and it's because we don't have QuickBooks integration. As soon as we get that, we're going to start using it as a company. Native Android app. Like I said, I'm really interested in mobile development, and I'm excited to, once school's over, start to have a little bit of free time to dive into some things that I'm interested in, and definitely Android is one of those. And then finally, more reports. Like I showed you, it was just simply showing the users and the timers that they've used. We're going to want more reports as a company. I don't know what those are yet, but I know that we're gonna need some. All right. Is there any questions?
Great job.
Thanks.
So how far do you think you are from how to deploy?
I'm hoping to do it before the semester's over. if not maybe a week after. Basically, I think really the main things that are kind of holding us back is that QuickBooks integration, because my boss can't do everything by hand, obviously, and so basically we need to do that, and then also being able to really refine it. There are a couple of things I noticed today. It was a little slow, so I'm going to do some code refactoring today to kind of speed up getting the information from the server. But I think it's pretty close. It's within a week or two.
Is there a process in place for approving times? For example, people I supervise, I have to approve their time, make sure there wasn't an error in
Right.
anything or something like that.
As far as a company, we don't have that at the moment. We just kind of, like I said, there's only a couple of us, so I don't know what he does as far as like looking at our timers, but I think he pretty much just kind of trusts us. So yeah, we just kind of put our timers in as we go.
Other questions?
Your boss loves you now.
He does.
And probably didn't before too. But.
No, he hated me before, but now he loves me. No, yeah, he was really happy that I chose to do this for my project. So I'm excited to get it up and running and to be able to have it in use so that I can refine it some more. Like, testing, obviously it's hard to know what's working right and what's not working right when it's just you looking at it. So I'm excited for all of us to start using it and be able to refine it.
Very good, Garrett.
Thank you.
That concludes our session today.